Chapter 966. Perhaps because the ground was shaking, or because the air in the cavern was moving too quickly, the cobweb-like roots on the walls of the cavern were constantly trembling. With each tremble, a stone would drop from the ceiling, shattering the seemingly solid surface of the swamp. A flame would fly through the air and land on the walls, only to be devoured by the roots a few moments later. This was an extremely simple and complete process, but it was also rather frightening. From a certain perspective, this was the celestial tree hunting. The young man in the bamboo hat stood not too far from the swamp. He did not move, appearing very cautious. After digesting the shock brought by the celestial tree roots, his attention fell on an even deeper place. He noticed that the roots of the celestial tree were bearing vermilion fruits about the size of a fist. Like the roots, these fruits did not fear the extreme heat of the magma, so they were probably some very precious object. Then he heard a faint whistling sound coming from the deepest part of the swamp, followed by a similar sound coming from the cliffs at the top of the cave and the cave walls that were covered with black stone. It seemed to be some kind of echo, but it also sounded like a specific sound made by a specific object in a specific environment. The entire underground cavern was extremely hot. Whether it was the roots of the celestial tree, the vermilion fruits, or the black rock walls, although there were no flames, it was easy to imagine that if something like paper or leaves fell into the cavern, it would definitely be burned into smoke in the shortest time possible. And the source of this heat, the swamp, formed from magma. It was said that a solitary sun could not grow. Logically speaking, a scorching environment like this could not be preserved for long and would quickly crumble. But the wildfire of the celestial trees had been passed down in the demi-human race for countless years. His gaze fell on the black walls, gradually moving deeper. Although he could not see it with his own eyes, he could sense the existence of some object. This object was very small in size, but it was spread over a vast area in the cavern. It was like some sort of fragment, and its temperature was extremely low, exuding an unimaginable chill. The faint howl he had heard earlier was the sound of these frigid fragments clashing with the heat of the magma swamp. What could be so cold that it could resist the wildfire of the celestial trees? He quickly found the answer. These fragments were probably the crystallization of the deep freeze dragon breath of the black frost dragons. It was rumored that countless years ago, the black frost dragons played an extremely important role in the founding of the demi-human race. Even now, the entire demi-human race still worshipped the black frost dragon as a godlike existence. This must be the reason. If not for the black frost dragon tribe's generosity, even selflessness, in providing so many deep freeze dragon breath crystals. Even if the demi-humans had obtained 9 celestial tree seeds as a sacrifice to the starry sky, they would not have been able to seal the underground wildfire and transform the incomparably savage world of ancient times into the beautiful realm of the demi-humans. After some time, the young man finished his observation and took a step toward the swamp. It was a very simple step, but the ground began to tremble violently. The surrounding black stone walls began to warp and distort as countless strange rays of light shone from them. The cliffs at the top of the cave also became extremely chaotic. The roots of the celestial trees seemed to have come to life, twisting and stretching like snakes. It was an extremely bizarre sight. Such a phenomenon naturally did not occur in the underground cave because he had taken a step forward. Instead, it was because some great existence had sensed his arrival. As the ground quaked, more and more small stones began to fall from the ceiling, ultimately falling into the scorching swamp. Many holes instantly appeared on the surface of the swamp that seemed to be congealed black oil, and several dozen streams of fire began to pour out of these holes, one after the other. The roots of the celestial trees in the cliffs at the top of the cave were unable to completely devour these descending flames in a short period of time, so the melted cliffs began to collapse even faster. Countless stones rained down on the swamp, while countless streams of fire sprayed into the air. The entire underground cavern was filled with pillars of fire, weaving together and piercing through the ground. It was an abnormally magnificent and beautiful sight. The surface of the swamp was completely cracked open, the hot lava revealing its terrifying true appearance. It was constantly roiling like fruit pulp, or even more like blood, extremely bewitching. This lava was the source of the wildfire of the celestial trees. An unimaginably high temperature and pressure spread out in all directions. Although the light smoke hanging from the edge of the bamboo had kept it at bay, the young man still began to sweat uncontrollably. In a very short amount of time, his clothes were soaked through. He took a handkerchief from his sleeve and wiped the sweat from his brow. He still did not seem disheveled, but rather very calm. The roiling lava exuded a terrifying heat, the chi of the wildfire enveloping the entire cavern. The countless pillars of fire seemed like some ancient sacrificial ceremony. Within these pillars of fire and red light, one could faintly make out some sort of picture, and then these pictures constantly changed. The young man's expression became abnormally grave as he stared at the pictures in the firelight. Even though he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, he refused to blink. These pictures began with a city and a tall mountain, and then a plateau in the middle of the mountain. Then there were countless creatures, some common, such as elephants, lions, tigers, and wolves, while others were mystical, such as dragons and phoenixes. Then there were cows, sheep, geese, and horses. The young man stared at these pictures, a startled expression on his face. What sort of star is this? All these pictures ultimately vanished into the wildfire. The roiling lava parted like the sea, transforming into a platform shaped like a lotus. An elder wrapped in animal hide and with long hair draped over his shoulders appeared on the platform. This old man was obviously not real. He was just a projection of his mind. The cavern was spacious and several hundred jang high, but this elder seemed to be tens of thousands of jang tall, standing between the heavens and the earth. The young man stared at the elder in the wildfire, his expression unprecedentedly solemn, his pitch-black eyes brimming with wariness. The elder seemed like a true god because, from a certain perspective, he was a god. He was the ancestral soul of the demi-human race. Beneath the other celestial trees, the ancestral souls of the demi-human race also appeared. Xian Yuan felt his body become abnormally heavy. Not daring to put up any resistance, he kneeled on the ground. The other two demi-human experts were even worse off. They had already kneeled on the ground, their bodies trembling as if they might faint at any moment. Xiaoda's condition was a little better, but only a little better. His face was pale, his eyes closed as he silently prayed, hoping to receive the blessing of the ancestral soul. The young man did not kneel. He only silently gazed at the figure of the ancestral soul in the wildfire, his thoughts inscrutable. Suddenly, the ancestral soul opened its eyes. Beneath the different celestial trees, the ancestral souls opened their eyes. A ray of light seemed to break through the boundary between mind and matter, falling upon Xiaoda, Xian Yuan Pe, and the other two demi-human experts. This ray of light also fell upon the young man. His face was abnormally pale in the light, but his eyes were bloodshot. This was because he was very excited, even somewhat deranged. It really is sacred light. Chapter 967. This light was brimming with the chi of life, but it also possessed the power to destroy all things in the world. This light was not pure white, nor was it gold. It was mottled and complex, not pure. What was the wildfire of the celestial trees? The waves of heat in the stone path were not, nor were the pillars of fire shooting out of the swamp. This was the true wildfire. Countless years ago, the ancestors of the demi-humans obtained the true origin of the wildfire and hid it deep in the magma. Later on, only demi-human experts with incredible potential and talent had the chance to enter the depths of the celestial trees and sense the chi of the wildfire, using it to comprehend the true meaning of power. But why had the young man in the bamboo hut said this? The wildfire of the celestial trees was sacred light? Sacred light from where? From the Li Palace? From Holy Maiden Peak? Or was it from that faraway continent? The massive projection of the ancestral spirit of the demi-humans fell into the spiritual worlds of Xiaoda, Xianyuanpe, and the others. The underground cave was filled with flames. They silently kowtowed to the tall figure in the flames. They didn't mobilize their true energy to protect their bodies, and they didn't even dare to have any thoughts of resisting. They just let the beam of light that came out of nowhere hit their bodies. As long as their loyalty and courage gained the approval of the ancestral spirit, the wildfire would enter their bodies. In a very short amount of time, it would transform and strengthen their bodies. Compared to the obstacles and improvements in the stone path, this was the true baptism of the wildfire. The young man did not kneel, did not close his eyes, and certainly did not pray. He stood in front of the sea of fire, his hands held behind him as he quietly gazed at the colossal ancestral spirit and sensed the chi of the wildfire. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. He had taken the enormous risk of leaving Shualao City to come here naturally because he wanted to express his sincerity in allying with the demi-humans. But that was the least important reason. He had truly come to White Emperor City for 3 things. The first was to investigate the secret of the ancestral spirit of the demi-humans and the wildfire of the celestial trees. The ancestral spirit of the demi-humans had already appeared, and the wildfire had fallen on his body. He and the military advisor had finally confirmed a conjecture that had existed for a very long time. The wildfire of the celestial trees truly was sacred light. To him, this was an extremely important matter. It could help him fill in the picture called history even more clearly. Madame Mu had probably already guessed that he had come to participate in the heavenly selection ceremony for some reason, like to personally see the wildfire and the ancestral spirit. There was even a chance that the White Emperor cultivating deep in the mountains knew of this matter. But these 2 saints probably did not care too much. The demons themselves did not really understand what the wildfire that had been passed down by their ancestors was. Every time he thought of this, the young man in the bamboo hut would find it hard to suppress his scorn and contempt. Moreover, while Madame Mu had guessed that he wanted to see the wildfire, and of the wildfire, the divine god, the with Wu Emperor of Gods. Moreover, while Madame Mu guessed that he wanted to see the wildfire, she also wanted to see how he would deal with it. He with of Chun of demon, he wanted to of demon, and he wanted to, so of the god of the wildfire of Aa. With he of the current wildfire was countless times more powerful than the waves of heat in the stone path, and his 2 sacred artifacts of the demon race were already so heavily damaged that they could no longer be used. What method could he possibly use to endure? The pressure exuded by the ancestral spirit grew stronger and stronger, its body growing taller and taller. In some incomprehensible manner, it surpassed the several hundred zhang of space in the cave. In a dark part of the void, it gazed down at him like he was an ant on the ground. Whether it was in the dark void or in the real world, the scorching wildfire was everywhere, imbued with energy that could destroy all. His face grew paler and paler, more and more sweat flowed from his body. But before his clothes could be soaked, the sweat evaporated. From time to time, a hint of pain would flash across his delicate face. One could imagine what kind of torture he was enduring at this moment. But there was no fear on his face or in his black eyes, not even a hint of panic. When the figure of the ancestral spirit reached its tallest, about to burst through the starry sky, when the wildfire in the cave grew fiercer and fiercer, when the roots of the celestial trees began to truly burn, when the light smoke falling from his bamboo hat was burned into nothingness and the edge of the hat began to burst with sparks, he took out 2 very small stone statues. These 2 statues were carved from some sort of stone. They seemed to be made of gold or jade, but they also gave off an incredibly smooth feeling. These 2 statues depicted 2 naked people. One indifferently stood upright, while the other had his hands on his knees, seemingly in thought. Although they were very small, they were extremely vivid and intelligent. If Bianghong or Madame Mu were present, they would naturally recognize the origins of these 2 statues. These were the 2 angels from the sacred light continent. Black Robe had used some sort of method to turn them into 2 stone statues. These 2 stone statues had been quietly standing by the back gate of the courtyard in the western part of White Emperor City this entire time. Then they had been brought here by the young man in the bamboo hat. He gripped the 2 angel statues and extended them into the wildfire. The wildfire that filled the sky seemed to sense something. After pausing for a moment, it became even wilder and fiercer, howling as it lunged at the 2 statues. The extremely hot and destructive chi of the wildfire touched the 2 statues and was instantly sucked away. The 2 angel statues themselves did not change. They only grew a little brighter, but they were still cold, like 2 black holes. The young man looked at the statues in his hands, his expression growing more and more solemn. Even his breathing seemed to stop. The wildfire continued to pour into the 2 angel statues, causing terrifying howls to rise up in the cavern. With the passage of time, the 2 angel statues grew brighter and brighter. At some point, the ancestral spirits of the demi-human race had dispersed. After some time, the wildfire in the cavern was finally sucked away by the 2 angel statues, and the temperature gradually returned to normal. The surface of the lava gradually solidified, returning to a grayish-black color. The roots of the celestial tree on the ceiling had been scorched into tatters. Presumably, it had not suffered such devastation in the last tens of thousands of years. The 2 statues gradually dimmed, ultimately returning to their original state. But compared to before, they had undergone a very secretive transformation. The lines on the statues had become more realistic, the motionless faces of the angels more vivid. One could even faintly feel their eyelashes blink. It was like they really would come to life in the next moment. The young man looked at the 2 statues in his hands, many emotions appearing in his black eyes. There was wariness and fear, mockery and worry. These emotions were incomparably complex, ultimately transforming into a tinge of confusion. The first to end the baptism of the wildfire was Xiaoda, followed by Xin Yuan Pa. The other 2 demi-human experts had not yet returned to the high platform. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered over the mountains. Thunder and lightning crackled as a torrential downpour descended. Mist rose from the mountains, a strange sight caused by the evaporation of the rain by the wildfire. Xiaoda suddenly turned to look at a certain mountain to the northeast. The moment he turned, the Xian clan leader and many of the ministers and generals of the demi-human race also turned their gazes in that direction. The mist in that mountain was so thick that it instantly shrouded an area of several dozen li and then drifted into the sky. Vaguely, one could see the gigantic celestial tree swaying in the mountains, emitting a thunderous sound. Why was the wildfire burning so fiercely? Why was the celestial tree afraid? Just what was happening there? Chapter 968. A demi-human elder called out in alarm, "What's going on here?" No one answered his question, nor could they answer it. The officials of the demi-human court were currently hurrying over, and demi-human priests had always been on the mountain. It wouldn't take long before they knew the exact answer. Madame Mu had long ago noticed the phenomena on the mountain and had guessed at something. The young man in the bamboo hat was deep beneath the mountain. Only now did she realize that she had still underestimated Black Robe. Although it was impossible to ascertain the exact situation, it was obvious that the young man, perhaps even the entire demon race, had benefited greatly from the baptism of the wildfire. Just when she was considering whether or not she should go to the mountain and personally take a look, the phenomena in the distance gradually dissipated. The mist exuded by the celestial tree rapidly thinned, and the rumbling from deep underground gradually grew softer until it could no longer be heard. The Red River gradually calmed down. Neither Xuelao City nor the demi-human personages around the high platform noticed anything strange. However, the 2 He clan powerhouses who were still absorbing the wildfire from the celestial tree were greatly affected by it. Suddenly realizing that the wildfire had become incomparably fierce, one of the He clan experts felt fear and wanted to avoid it. In the end, he angered the ancestral spirit of the demi-human race and was knocked unconscious. Even if he managed to preserve his life, his meridians were all severed and his sea of consciousness damaged. He could no longer cultivate and could only become a cripple. The other He clan expert, called Xia Luo, performed much better. He was truly worthy of being a famous individual who had once gone to the capital to cultivate and had reached star condensation 20 years ago. In the face of the wildfire's sudden abnormality and the rumbling and quaking underground, his mind remained unshaken. He silently and steadily persisted until the end. At this point, 4 of the 5 people participating in the trial of the wildfire had already come out. The Xian clan leader glanced at Madame Mu's profile. Unable to tell what she was thinking, he felt rather uneasy. After a short while, the young man, escorted by the priests and officials, finally returned to the high platform in the mountains by the shore. His clothes were full of burn holes, and one could even faintly smell a burnt smell. The bamboo hat that always covered his face was also burned into a few large holes, and the bamboo branches were sticking out haphazardly. He looked very wretched, like a real beggar on the side of the road. Countless gazes fell on the young man's body, filled with prying, curiosity, and wariness. Why had the celestial tree he had gone to cause such a disturbance? This was what everyone wanted to know. Moreover, everyone wanted to know just what this mysterious young man looked like. The bamboo hat that had been damaged by the wildfire just so happened to be a precious opportunity. The sight of this dazzling white made many demi-human personages recall a name that was gradually being forgotten by the continent, Tianhai Xingxue. Seeing that blinding white, many of the demi-human personages recalled a name that was gradually being forgotten by the continent, Tianhai Xingxue. Tianhai Xingxue was also very famous among the demi-humans, not only because of his military exploits in Blue Pass and Snowhold Pass, but also because of his snow-white skin. Those who had seen Tianhai Xingxue felt that the white of the two was different. This young man's face was like melting snow. It seemed transparent and possessed an extremely bizarre allure. The Xian clan leader was also looking at this young man, a hint of wariness gradually appearing in his serene eyes. He knew this young man's identity, so he found it even more impossible to understand what had happened today. Since he was a demon, even a descendant of the imperial clan, how could he endure the pressure of the ancestral spirits and the power of the wildfire? Had he truly been willing to offer his spiritual world to the ancestral spirits, to completely convert his body and bloodline to the White Emperors? Had he truly been willing to offer his spiritual world to the ancestral spirits, to completely convert his body and bloodline to the White Emperors? No, the Xian clan leader would never believe that he would do this. Both Xiaoda and Xian Yuan Pa had used other methods to pass the trial of the ancestral spirits, so this person should also have used other methods. The Shi clan leader was also looking at the young man. Perhaps he had noticed something, but his expression gradually turned grave. Under countless gazes, the young man still maintained his calm. The atmosphere around the high platform was extremely oppressive, and it was getting more and more tense. But neither Madame Mu nor the chief elder of the Xian clan had said anything, so no one dared to jump out and question him. The proceedings of the heavenly selection ceremony continued, though it was already rather tasteless. The final event was extremely simple. It was the human selection that had been mentioned yesterday in the imperial city. The 4 people who had passed the baptism of the wildfire would fight in 2 pairs, and then the victors would fight. Xian Yuan Po's opponent was the He clan expert called Xia Luo. Xiaoda's opponent was the mysterious young man in the bamboo hat. Upon seeing this result, stifled cries of alarm rose up from around the high platform. The most eye-catching match was naturally the second match. Xiaoda looked at the young man's tattered bamboo hat, his eyes narrowing as if he wanted to say something. The Shi clan leader's expression changed once more. He ordered his clansmen to take Xiaoda away, not giving him a chance to speak. The He clan leader took Xia Luo away. The Bear Clan leader took Xianyuan Poway. The tribal leaders had moved so quickly that the ministers and elders of the court had no time to react. They had not even bowed to Madame Mu or the Xiong clan leader before they left. The oppressive and tense atmosphere did not disappear. On the contrary, it only intensified. On the top deck of the ferry back to White Emperor City, the conversation between Xiaoda and the Shi clan leader did not proceed too smoothly. The Shi clan leader demanded that he give up on the heavenly selection. Even the most ignorant of the poor of the lower city knew that Xiaoda could not accept this. The Shi clan leader stared into his eyes and said, "You are worried that the throne would fall into the hands of the great Western continent. There's no need for that now, so why do you still persist?" Xiaoda replied, "I know that the clan is not willing for me to inherit the White Emperor's bloodline, but you should be able to see that I have other methods." "So what? If His Majesty or the Empress really wanted to make you their successor, did they not have other methods?" The Shi clan leader sighed. "But none of this is important. If you really could inherit the throne, even if you had to change the ownership of the bloodline, I would still support you." Xiaoda's voice chilled. "Then why did you do this today?" "Because this matter is no longer possible." After a moment of silence, the Shi clan leader said, "We did not expect that His Majesty and the Empress had already chosen a successor." Xiaoda was also quiet for a while, then asked, "You mean that fellow?" The Shi clan leader replied, "I presume that you have also guessed at something." Xiaoda replied, "No matter who that young man is, he will not affect me." The Shi clan leader sternly said, "This matter is far too important to the demi-human race. The Empress will not permit you to ruin it, nor will His Majesty." Xiaoda asked, "Who can be sure that this is His Majesty's will?" The Shi clan leader replied, "Old Xiong personally went to the mountains 2 nights ago." Xiaoda harshly rebuked, "Even if His Majesty thinks this, he is still wrong." Chapter 969. There were some minor problems with the plot in the last few sentences of the last chapter. I have modified them in this document and report them to everyone here. The battle of divine domain experts that had taken place in the sky a few days ago, the activation of the strongest seal on the 2 shores of the Red River to cut off communication, the great Western continent's diplomatic mission, and the abrupt heavenly selection ceremony. All of these recent events had made the atmosphere in White Emperor City abnormally oppressive and tense. Just because the demi-human leaders and powerful figures like them had maintained their silence did not mean that they were truly indifferent. Even though their secret investigations had been pressured by the imperial court and even some factions of the Council of Elders, they had still found many clues and were gradually approaching the truth. Today, the great Western continent's second prince had suddenly withdrawn from the baptism of the wildfire of the celestial trees, causing all their gazes to fall on the young man in the bamboo hat. Figures like the Shi clan leader and Xiaoda had already faintly guessed that this young man came from the north. The humiliation of tens of thousands of years, the blood enmity of countless ancestors. Could it really be forgotten like this? Xiaoda's voice was very cold and very sharp, like a real blade. The Shi clan leader turned his head to look at the high platform in the mountains. The river was wide and the mist had reappeared, making it impossible to make out the figures on the high platform. We once had a deep hatred with the human race, just like how the elves ultimately perished at the hands of the demon race. But if you ask the elves who they hated the most, they would absolutely say it was the humans in the capital. But now, who still remembers these things from back then? The ancestral plains of the elf race had been occupied by the demon race and later reclaimed by the human race. But the few remaining members of the elf race did not choose to return to the plains. Instead, they preferred to travel tens of thousands of li across the ocean to live in the distant great Western continent. Presumably, this was related to their bone-deep hatred for the human race. The relationship between the humans, demi-humans, and demons living on this continent was far too complicated. There were far too many grudges and grudges in history, and it was very difficult to explain them all in a few words. But Xiaoda was a person who lived in this era. He had a natural inclination toward emotions, and he deeply disliked the demon race. Even if we form an alliance with Shualao City, why hold the heavenly selection ceremony? Could it be that we will welcome a foreign race as emperor? Even if it was just saying these words, he felt that it was very difficult and heavy. His teeth felt cold and even a little painful. He simply could not imagine how furious he and the tribesmen on the two shores of the Red River would be if such a thing really happened. The Sher clan leader said it should be just a marriage alliance. It has nothing to do with the throne. Xiaoda slightly arched his brows. If Her Highness is married off to Shualao City, who will the throne pass to? The Sher clan leader was silent for a very long time before voicing his speculation. Xiaoda's expression suddenly changed, an earthen yellow luster appearing in the depths of his eyes. A ruthless and terrifying qi surged out of his body. The whistling river wind met his heavy and hurried breathing and instantly disappeared without a trace. Is her ladyship treating us like the enlightened clan's people? The Sher clan's clan leader smiled bitterly and said, "The imperial court and the council of elders have made a move at the same time. It's no wonder that we couldn't find anything specific. However, even if we did, what could we do?" Xiaoda suddenly asked, "Just who is that young man?" The Sher clan leader said, "We will know the answer tomorrow." Tomorrow would be a new day, to every person who would continue living. This phrase was true, and it was often tedious, because when tomorrow comes, you will realize that tomorrow is not much different from the days you have already spent and the mornings you will have after tomorrow. But to Madame Mu, tomorrow was not the same as the mornings she had experienced in the past countless years. She was confident that something rather new and interesting would happen tomorrow. She stood by the railing at the highest point of White Emperor City, gazing at the multitude of stars and drifting clouds in the night sky. She calmly thought, "All of you have lived another day." She was thinking of Biyonghong and Wuchongbai. The seal on the two shores of the Red River had been lifted, and White Emperor City was no longer as heavily guarded as it had been that night because of the heavenly selection ceremony. But in reality, she had never relaxed in her pursuit of these two experts of the continent. Several hundred of the most elite Red River Beast Guard and the high-level internal attendants of the imperial court had been secretly searching White Emperor City this entire time. She was confident that the heavily injured Biyonghong and Wuchongbai could not escape White Emperor City. But why had she never found this couple? Just where were they hiding? Since you have sought my protection, you must prove that you have the right to be protected by me. There was a pear tree by the railing in front of the stone hall, its shadow clearly visible in the starlight. As Madame Mu spoke, the tree's shadow suddenly twisted as if coming to life. Then it began to bulge, transforming into a kneeling person. If one were to say that someone as ugly as him could be called a human, then he would definitely be a human. This person had his face buried, his back bulging, his body reeking of blood. 2 gray wings of flesh drooped on his back. It was that monster from the longevity sect called Chusu. A few days ago, he had fled Wenshui and encountered Xiao Zhang in the river gorge. His sneak attack had succeeded, but he did not dare to linger. Logically speaking, he should have met up with the imperial court's diplomatic mission or returned to the longevity sect to hide. But he did not choose this, because besides Chun Chongsheng and the people of the Orthodoxy, there was also the Tang clan that wanted to kill him. The blind zither player had given him a chance to live, having used up all his affection. Not even the imperial court could protect the person the Tang old master wanted to kill, much less the longevity sect. The territory of the great Zhou was vast, but he realized that there was no safe place for him. So he used his fastest speed to travel to the distant demi-human realm. In his view, only the saint of White Emperor City could protect him and be willing to use him. But he had not expected that the moment he appeared, before he even had time to catch his breath, he would receive such a terrifying mission. "There's someone called Xian Yuanpa," I'll kill him while I'm at it." Madame Mu's expression was extremely calm and indifferent, as if she was handing over some extremely unremarkable, trifling matter. To her, the demi-human race and the great Western continent, tomorrow would be a brand new day. She would not permit any accidents to occur. Xian Yuanpa did not know what would happen tomorrow. He only wanted to ensure that nothing would happen. The greatest problem he faced was that White Emperor City was abnormally far from the capital. Other than experts of the divine domain, no one could come and go as they pleased. The seal over the two shores of the Red River truly had weakened, and the Taoist Church of the Western Wastes and the embassy had long ago sent news of the heavenly selection ceremony. Judging from the change in attitude of the great Zhou officials, the capital's reply should have already arrived. But when would it arrive? Bian Hong looked at Xian Yuanpa and said, "The second prince's sudden withdrawal means that this is not an alliance between the demi-human race and the great Western continent. The venerable Taoist master might have already seen through the fog, so his stance is so clear and unyielding, wanting you to destroy this matter at all costs." Xian Yuanpa was somewhat confused, asking, "Shouldn't the great Zhou imperial court be very happy?" Bian Hong directly touched on the core of the matter. "There's definitely something wrong with the identity of that young man in the bamboo hat." Xian Yuanpa had a rather wooden personality, but he was no fool. He vaguely guessed at something and incredulously said, "How could this be?" Chapter 970. Bian Hong said nothing, but his calm expression explained everything. Everything was possible. Xian Yuanpa suddenly felt a little cold. He stood up and said, "I want to see the tribe leader." Bian Hong replied, "Even if you tell him your conjecture, it's meaningless." Xian Yuanpa somewhat anxiously asked, "Then why hasn't anyone come?" "Neither the venerable Taoist nor Wang Pu will come, because no one can be sure that this is not a trap." Bian Hong gazed at the dull crystal powder on the floor and the tilting wooden pagoda. After a pause, he continued, "In the eyes of everyone, my wife and I are already dead, so the human race can no longer endure the fall of an expert of the divine domain. This would completely overturn the structure of the continent." Xian Yuanpa thought this over, then said, "Tomorrow I will strive to kill him." Wu Qiongbai leaned against the wall, clutching her severed arm as she resentfully said, "With just you." Xian Yuanpa had already learned to ignore her. Looking at Bian Hong, he continued, "And I believe that someone will come to help me." Bian Hong understood what he meant. If it really was as he guessed, there were assuredly many people and important personages of the demi-human race who, like Xian Yuanpa, would vehemently oppose this. In truth, he had already basically confirmed the truth of the matter, because he and Wu Qiongbai had been heavily injured precisely because Madame Mu had joined hands with the demons. Since he could not understand, he would wait until it happened. Xian Yuanpa walked out of the room and began to prepare dinner. As she smelled the vegetable oil and eggplant coming from outside, Wu Qiongbai revealed an expression of extreme disgust. Besides the braised eggplant, Xian Yuanpa had also cooked half a pot of green onion tofu and steamed a large bowl of rice. The most delicious of all was naturally the tensome pieces of cured meat steamed atop the rice. Xian Yuanpa and Bian Hong ate very seriously, even enjoying themselves. With her severed arm, Wu Qiongbai found it very inconvenient to eat. She wanted to copy Bian Hong and eat the cured meat with the rice, but she had failed several times. She angrily threw her chopsticks on the table and cursed, "You only eat things that taste like pig food. No wonder you look like a pig." Bian Hong glanced at her, apparently wanting to say a few words of advice, but in the end he said nothing, only sighed. The streets of the lower city near the Red River always gave off a damp feeling, regardless of whether it was raining or not. Perhaps it was because the sewage system here was not very developed and the quality of the people was not that high either. The residents along the streets liked to dump their sewage and even trash on the side of the street. A shadow slowly floated through the streets, filled with trash and oily sewage. It walked down the stone steps and finally arrived at the pine paths. For the past 2 nights, the pine paths had been completely different from before. It was much quieter, but that did not mean that there was no one here. The streets were crowded with people. The warriors of the Bear tribe, the steward of the Tang clan and 10-odd cultivators of the Heavenly South, the archbishop of the Taoist Church of the Western Wastes, and dozens of priests had surrounded this place, so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. However, one could not hear any noise here. If one did not listen carefully, one would not even be able to hear the sound of breathing. With such a vigilant and meticulous defense system, even experts of the Proclamation of Liberation like Xiao Zhang and Xiao De would find it very difficult to infiltrate. But for the Shadow, this wasn't too difficult, because he cultivated the Yellow Springs art. He was innately filthy, and was most proficient in escaping through the earth. In the dead of night, the Bear warriors, priests, and cultivators of the Heavenly South in the pine paths somewhat relaxed. The Shadow noiselessly arrived at the small courtyard at the end of the alley. Carried by the wind into the night, it crawled along the moss on the floor until it reached the door. Xian Yuan Po was seated cross-legged behind the door, his eyes closed. He had already fallen asleep. This was how he had slept for the past 2 nights. Because this position was in front of the paper door, anyone who wanted to see Bianghong and Wu Qiongbai would have to wake him up. The Shadow stopped in front of the door, not continuing inside. It was not because it sensed the power of the sword resting across Xian Yuan Po's knees, but because it sensed that there were 2 people behind the paper door. Those crystals were on the verge of shattering, and the wooden pagoda's magic energy had greatly diminished. Moreover, it was very close. In his sea of consciousness, he could even faintly sketch out the appearance of these 2 people, a Taoist nun and a scholar. They were precisely the people he was searching for. He was naturally very shocked, but before he could rejoice, he felt fear. These were 2 experts of the divine domain. Although they were heavily injured, he still did not dare to act recklessly. He only wanted to quickly retreat and send the news to Madame Mu. The Shadow silently returned to the courtyard, drifting over the white cobblestones to the short pine tree and preparing to leap over the wall. At this moment, a strand of spiritual sense fell on his body. This strand of spiritual sense did not appear very powerful. Its chi extremely gentle, like a soft thread. It did not harm him in the slightest. But he did not dare to move, because the message the strand of spiritual sense had transmitted was extremely clear. If he tried to forcefully break free of this strand of spiritual sense, he would definitely alarm those people outside the wall and then suffer the most powerful suppression from the owner of the strand of spiritual sense. And if he did not move, the owner of the strand of spiritual sense would not move either, because they did not want to alarm those demi-human experts in White Emperor City. In the deep darkness, the starlight flowed like water. The short pine tree by the wall of the courtyard trembled in the wind, its shadows moving with it. Time passed by slowly and nothing happened, not even a sound. At some point, there was the crow of a chicken, the barking of a dog, the sound of boiling water, and the sound of footsteps. The street gradually woke up. The morning light shone over the courtyard, the sound of water signifying washing and the occasional conversation. Xian Yuan had bought breakfast and returned. He was still eating the beef buns, the steamed buns he had prepared for Bianghong and Wu Qiongbai, porridge and pickled vegetables. Compared to yesterday, he had a steamed dumpling, but it was still a tender cucumber filling, without the slightest hint of meat. The sound of chopsticks being thrown and stools being thrown could be heard from the room. Xian Yuan pushed open the door and walked out. He somewhat helplessly shook his head, tied the mountain sea sword to his waist, and then left. The priests outside the courtyard also left with him, as did the Tang clan steward and 10-some cultivators of the south. The great Zhou officials were already waiting for him in front of the imperial city. The people of this street would all go to the imperial city to watch the excitement, so the pine paths this morning were much quieter than usual. The small courtyard at the end of the alley was even more so quiet that it made one's heart palpitate. The morning breeze rustled the short pine tree, causing its shadows to sway. The shadow was lifted up like a sheet of paper. Chusu removed his technique of concealment, revealing his true body. A mist gradually began to emerge from the small courtyard, preventing the morning light from penetrating it. In the brick path by the wall, several small silver fish were lying on their stomachs, already dead. The short pine tree was also gradually turning black, as if it had not been washed by rain for many years, covered in a thick layer of filth. Moss began to grow on the neatly piled firewood, and the wooden floor became somewhat damp. The entire courtyard became extremely humid, and it felt a little stuffy. This mist and damp all came from Chusu's body. Sweat gushed out of his muddy body, soaking through his tattered clothes and transforming into a poisonous mist. That strand of spiritual will was still attached to his body. After the long night, he was no longer able to persist for much longer. Right now, there were only two paths in front of him: retreat or advance. But no matter which path he chose, he needed to break free from that strand of spiritual will and make the most resolute choice. Without hesitation, he chose the former and prepared to flee. That was how he had survived in the deep ravine that the longevity sect had concealed with a grand formation. Later on, he had also survived the encirclement of the snowy plains demon experts. As long as he could live, he was willing to do any shameless thing and use methods 1,000 times crueler to take revenge in the future. Under this strand of spiritual will, he did not dare to carelessly use the earth escape technique. Using the mist as a cover, the ugly wings of flesh on his back silently tore through his clothes and began to move. But in the next moment he stopped, the flapping of his wings gradually slowing down. He stuck out a blood-red tongue and licked his dry and cracked lips, smiling. His smile was very unsightly, like the corpse of an insect cracked by the sun. He turned to look into the mist and chuckled in his unpleasant and shrill voice. "So it turns out that you were just scaring me. For an entire night, you did not attack me, not because you were worried about alarming Madame Mu or the other demi-human experts, but because your injuries were too severe and you simply could not attack. Moreover, you also did not want that fellow called Shen Yuan Po to take the risk of clashing with me, so you left behind this strand of spiritual will." The morning light fell upon the courtyard, somewhat brightening it, illuminating the deep confusion in Chusu's gloomy eyes. "You would rather take the risk of facing me alone, and perhaps even the endless stream of demi-human experts that might follow, than expose me last night and have that fellow called Shen Yuan take a little risk. Why is this? Could that fellow be Sir's last disciple or an illegitimate child?" He slowly walked forward. The mist gradually parted, revealing the silhouette of the house. There was no sound from within the house, nor was there anyone to answer his question. Chusu walked to the front of the house. He only needed to walk up 2 steps, and his hand would be able to touch the door. His body was somewhat trembling out of nervousness and excitement, and of course, there was also that lingering fear. Although he was extremely certain that the situation was, as he had said, when he thought about how he was about to face such a legendary couple, he still found it impossible to suppress his fear. If he could, he would never have stepped onto these 2 steps, would never have pushed open the door, would never have even come to the front of the house. Sweat gushed out of his short and small body. The mist grew thicker, and the wooden floor grew wetter and wetter. Mushrooms sprouted from the pile of firewood and then rapidly rotted away. The pillars and all the wooden objects in the house began to rapidly decay and then fester. A damp and pungent odor enveloped the entire courtyard. With a crack, the front door of the house completely collapsed, revealing a paper door through which 2 figures could be faintly seen. A sigh came from behind the paper door. The emotions contained in this sigh were not complex, nor were they too sorrowful. It was a very simple sigh, one that seemed exceptionally calm. The hot and humid mist soaked through the wooden door. The paper was soaked and then curled up. As the wooden frame collapsed, it fell down like snow. In the snow-filled sky, Byonghong and Wucheongbei sat against the wall. Chapter 971. Byung-hung looked at the scene outside the room, his eyes slightly focused. That short and small figure exuding a cold and sinister qi seemed to cultivate the most vicious technique in the world. So why was the qi somewhat familiar? But there was no need to think about such things at a time like this. We are people destined to die. That child is still young, and what he has to do today is very important. He cannot be disturbed. Byung-hung was answering Chusu's confusion. Wu Qiongbai cared nothing for these things. She looked at Chusu with loathing and yelled, "Just what sort of monster are you?" Chusu smiled but said nothing. His smile was very ugly, exuding a thick chill. Wu Qiongbai's expression became even more loathsome. Byung-hung said, "I see the qi of a senior on your body. Could it be that he really cultivated such an evil technique?" Chusu fell silent at these words, as if thinking about something. After a while, he shook his head, no longer thinking about these things. "I know that all of you are very powerful. Even if I'm heavily injured on the verge of death with a severed arm, your final counterattack is not something I can endure. So I will not approach you. I will use the safest method, the most serious method, to slowly and cautiously kill you." Chusu continued, "And then I will eat you and see if I can increase my strength a little." Wu Qiongbai was enraged by these words and yelled, "You madman, what nonsense are you saying?" "I'm serious," Chusu said. "The technique I cultivate mentioned this possibility, but no one has ever tried it." Byung-hung recalled a certain rumor, and his expression chilled. "You truly do cultivate the Yellow Springs flow." Chusu did not react too much to having his technique exposed. He continued to stand outside the room. The poisonous mist gradually began to spread. The crystals on the floor gradually lost their final luster. The wooden tower was no longer able to endure the attack and began to crack and collapse. Grinding sounds came from somewhere as hundreds of rats surged out of the ground and into the courtyard, quickly drowning out the white cobblestones. Some of these rats were covered in grease. Some had withered fur, and their small eyes were suffused with blood. It was a particularly bizarre sight. Whether it was the image or the sound, it was so creepy. Chusu stared at Byung-hung and Wu Qiongbai by the wall, his eyes also turning red, his smile bizarre and terrifying. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. Countless rats let out sharp screeches and rushed past him, rushing into the house. Wu Qiongbai face paled as she hid behind Byung-hung and screamed, "Hurry up and kill these damn things." A cry of alarm rang out in front of the imperial city. Then it turned into many exclamations. The cries of surprise joined together and gradually turned into a tsunami. Even after it had calmed down a little, the square was still buzzing. That was the sound of the people discussing. Just a moment ago, a shocking piece of news had arrived. Xiaoda and the clan expert Xia Luo officially announced their withdrawal from the heavenly selection ceremony. The grand ceremony had already reached its final stage, and they were only one step away from the final victory, supreme glory, and a beautiful future. Yet there were actually participants withdrawing at this time. This was especially the case for Xiaoda, a true expert at the top of the proclamation of liberation, favored by all the demi-human populace. Not even Xian Yuan Po's awe-inspiring display or that mysterious young man's actions had been able to shake his position in the hearts of the populace. Yet even he had withdrawn? Why was that? No matter how the crowd speculated, the withdrawal of Xiaoda and the clan expert was already a foregone conclusion. No one knew that, from start to finish, the entire heavenly selection ceremony had been under Madame Mu's complete control. Her only surprise, or perhaps regret, was that Xian Yuan had not died. In her view, Chusu's strength far surpassed Xian Yuan Po's, and coupled with the strange and sinister nature of the Yellow Springs flow technique, Xian Yuan should have had no chance of survival. Just what had happened last night? Why had there been no sign of activity from the lower city? Did that little monster not dare to strike? Madame Mu stood by the railing, her hands held behind her as she quietly surveyed White Emperor City. She drew back her gaze from the street by the Red River and looked at the plaza in front of the imperial city. From this height, the crowd on the plaza was like a dense swarm of ants. Was this probably what it felt like to look down from above? Her face was still expressionless, but her slightly raised lips seemed to conceal a great deal of ridicule and exhaustion. The dense swarm of ants suddenly began to move, as if they had been parted by some invisible force. They gradually split into two sides. This was a faction. The demi-human crowd that had come to watch the battle had very naturally divided into two camps. The crowd behind Xian Yuanpa clearly outnumbered his opponent, so dense that it seemed like a true sea. Even the area around Heaven's Guard Pavilion was packed with people. His opponent was naturally the young man in the bamboo hat. The young man in the bamboo hat stood across from him, and behind him stood a few busybodies and a few officials with complicated expressions on their faces. Compared to Xian Yuanpa's momentum, he should have seemed rather lonely, even pitiful, but for some reason he did not. Perhaps it was because he appeared too calm, too normal. He quietly stood on the white stone floor, his hands hanging by his side. He said nothing, nor did he pretend to casually cross his arms, hold his hands behind his back, or gaze at the distant mountains. But everyone who saw him felt that anything in the world was normal to this young man in the bamboo hat. Whether it was life or death, the heavenly selection ceremony, or the upcoming battle. Xian Yuanpa also sensed this change. The young man in the bamboo hat gave him a completely different feeling from 2 days ago. 2 days ago, this young man was like a flower in the fog, impossible to see, clearly and easily overlooked. But today the fog was about to disperse. There were no flowers in the fog, only a true, lonely mountain. It was impossible to climb, almost impossible to approach. Countless gazes fell on those two figures in front of the imperial city. The vast majority of the crowd naturally supported Xian Yuanpa. Putting aside his background, he had relied on his iron fist to unleash a thunderous might, attracting countless fanatical worshippers. As for the young man in the bamboo hat, although he seemed mysterious and had unfathomable techniques, how could the people who did not know the inside story have a favorable opinion of him? Xian Yuanpa's thoughts were different from the crowd. In just a single exchange, he knew that he was no match for this person. When a lonely mountain appeared in the world, what sort of scenery was not ordinary? The young man in the bamboo hat had a much higher level of cultivation than him. Let alone him, even if Xiaoda had not withdrawn, and even if Chun Chongxing had come, victory was not guaranteed. And then he recalled Biang Hong's words from last night. If his opponent really did come from that snowy city in the north, what should he do? No matter what you want to do today, I will stop you. He paused, then continued, even if I die. Chapter 972. If this young man really did come from Shuilao City, then he would pay any price, even if he had to die, to stop his opponent. Xian Yuanpa had decided to do this. The young man in the bamboo hat was not affected by these words. He remained calm. It was just like the feeling he gave off. To him, everything was normal, even life and death. Now that both sides had made their stances clear, what followed was a process of proof. Xian Yuanpa knew that his opponent was very strong, at least much stronger than him, so he chose to strike first. From the morning before yesterday, when he stood on that crude fighting platform of the pine paths and won 9 matches in a row until now, this was the first time he had struck first. The leather boots landed on the hard bluestone ground, making a dull sound. The chilly air in front of the imperial city was soon followed by countless explosions. These explosions were not particularly loud, but they were very clear. These were the sounds of air being struck by something. Before it could be compressed or deformed, it was smashed apart. One could imagine how fast Xian Yuanpa was. The spectators were simply unable to see him with their eyes. Only a blur. Behind the blur was a cloud of dust, heading straight for the young man in the bamboo hat. Xian Yuanpa's left fist flew through the air, howling through the air. It was faintly imbued with wind and thunder, imbued with unimaginable strength and might. Before the iron fist arrived, a cloud of dust had already engulfed the area. The young man in the bamboo hat walked out of the dust. Then he placed his left hand behind his back. As he did so, his aura changed. Xiaoda had withdrawn from the heavenly selection ceremony, but he had still come today. He had brought 10-some subordinates with him to stand on a hill near Heaven's Guard Pavilion. He silently watched the scene in front of the imperial city, his thoughts inscrutable. Whether it was the young man in the bamboo hat who had appeared like a lonely mountain, or Xian Yuan Po's forceful declaration, none of them had been able to cause his expression to change. But when the young man walked out of the dust and placed his left hand behind his back, Xiaoda's expression suddenly changed, his face even paling. This made him recall a certain sight he had seen many years ago in Mount Han. The middle-aged scholar in front of the forest seemed to have his hands behind his back. The middle-aged scholar had his back to him and Lu Qing, his eyes focused on the fruit. A demi-human expert and the world's #1 assassin? When he turned around, the darkness of the night enveloped the 1,000 li of Mount Han. Of course, everything in the world was ordinary and not worth mentioning. The young man in the bamboo hat walked out of the dust. He was still not that middle-aged scholar in Mount Han, so the sky over White Emperor City had not darkened. But when he raised his right hand to meet Xian Yuan Po's left fist, the darkness still arrived as usual. The darkness of night could envelop 1,000 li of Mount Han, and it could also obscure the entire sky. It could contain or perhaps swallow all things, so it could naturally block a fist. Without any sound, Xian Yuan Po's fist was caught by his hand. Then nothing happened. Once you've grasped it, you'll never be able to leave again, unless the light of dawn shines upon the earth again, and it'll be the next morning in an instant. At the sight of this scene, both the spectating demon race citizens and the bigwigs observing from afar were shocked speechless. 2 days ago, in the arena matches in the lower city districts, Xian Yuan Po's fists had displayed unimaginable strength and might. Each punch seemed capable of shattering the heavens and rending the earth. After winning 9 matches in a row, he had truly made a name for himself, even becoming a god in the hearts of the impoverished demi-humans. But today, Xian Yuan Po's fist seemed so weak that they couldn't even struggle free of his opponent's hand. Just how powerful was this young man in the bamboo hat? The atmosphere became abnormally tense, the air seeming to freeze. The crowd revealed expressions of shock and worry. But Xian Yuan Po's expression did not change. It was somewhat wooden, but it could also be called composed. It was just like the moment before, just like the day before, just like all those years ago. He did not panic because he had long since expected that the young man in the bamboo hat was much stronger than him. More importantly, he had still not used his most powerful technique. Whether it was in the 9 battles 2 days ago or in the conflicts in the tavern and the pine paths over the last few years, he had never used this technique. Even back in the days of the Orthodox Academy in the capital, he had never truly used this sort of method. His most powerful technique was still his fists, but it was not his undamaged left fist, but rather his seemingly withered, already crippled right fist. Xian Yuan raised his right fist and swung it forward. His right arm was once heavily injured. All the meridians were broken by Tian Haier. Later on, it was almost completely healed by Chen Chongsheng's treatment. But as he began to learn a certain cultivation method, not only did his right arm not fully recover, the injury gradually worsened. Especially in the last few years, it had severely withered. Now his right arm was very thin, like a twig or a child's arm. Compared to his tall and sturdy body, it was even more pitiful. In the tavern by the river, this was the main reason why he was teased. Today, no one would tease him. They would only pity and pity him. He clearly couldn't win, but he still didn't want to give up. In the eyes of the crowd, Xian Yuan Po was very brave, but this kind of courage was so sad. Xian Yuan didn't pay attention to the sympathetic sighs coming from the surroundings. He silently and attentively swung his arm, smashing it towards his opponent's face. It was a smash, not an explosion, because he had clenched his fist and was striking from top to bottom, using the bottom edge of his fist, not the hardest part of his fist. This seemed like someone slapping the table in frustration, but it was actually more like someone slapping the dirty water in a basin in anger. The most similar thing was actually a falling hammer. In the forest by Heaven's Guard Pavilion, Xiaoda's expression suddenly changed as he stepped forward. On the observation platform, the Xiong clan leader suddenly opened his eyes. In the stone hall, Madame Mu's slender brows rose like swords. In this scene, the ordinary people could only see dejection and hopelessness, but they could see even more. For example, when Xian Yuan punched, the qi of the wildfire exuded by the celestial trees in the distant mountains suddenly multiplied. The figure of a massive black bear appeared in the sky. It stretched out its sharp claws and tore apart the darkness, shrouding the imperial city. Rain and clouds surged out of the darkness, and a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in their depths. The plaza in front of the imperial city was illuminated by this dazzling light. In this dazzling light, Xian Yuan Po's right arm rapidly advanced, rapidly swelling. His fist also grew several times larger, like a hammer in the hand of a god. His fist came down like a hammer. The bolt of lightning also descended. There was a massive boom. The fist and the lightning simultaneously struck the young man in the bamboo hat. Chapter 973. The darkness was torn apart. Day arrived. Lightning descended. Fists descended. Everything had happened in the briefest of moments. Only an extremely small number of true experts were able to clearly see everything, like Xiaoda and those important personages on the imperial city. The demi-human populace around the plaza could only see a dazzling light and that massive black bear silhouette in the sky. They gaped in shock, unable to make a single sound. Then they were roused from their stupor by a massive boom and forced back by a wave of qi. The strong wind whistled incessantly, sweeping up all the dust in the crevices of the bluestone and obscuring all vision, causing that patch of light to become slightly dimmer. Yet the lightning was so bright that it was impossible to conceal it. The two figures were so clear. The young man in the bamboo hat finally moved his left hand away from his back and raised it in front of him, blocking Xian Yuan Po's steel-like fist. His hand was tightly clenched, also forming a fist. This time, the darkness could no longer swallow everything. The bolt of lightning that descended from the sky, along with Xian Yuan Po's fist, landed on his fist with incomparable accuracy. Countless dazzling bolts of lightning revolved around Xian Yuan Po's right arm, crackling. Boom! Two unimaginably savage energies emerged from those two fists. Countless cracks appeared on the hard stone floor. Even more shocking was that these cracks were so deep into the ground that it was impossible to see them clearly. The young man's arm began to tremble. His clothes also began to shake. One could faintly make out the grave expression on his face. With a ripping sound, his bamboo hat was sliced open by the knife-like wind, leaving him in a rather sorry state. Was Xian Yuan really going to win? Just when the crowd was beginning to get excited, the lightning suddenly vanished. The young man in the bamboo hat seemed to have used some sort of magic that did not belong to this world. That lightning bolt, imbued with the unimaginable might of the heavens and earth, had bizarrely vanished from his palm. With a light smack, it sounded like a ripe fruit had fallen to the ground and smashed into a pulp. This sound was so soft that it was very difficult to hear it in the howling winds. Several demi-human personages high up in the imperial city heard it. Standing outside Heaven's Guard Pavilion, Xiaoda also heard this, his complexion turning extremely nasty. It was a voice he had once heard in Mount Han. It was the sound of the darkness enveloping the world once again. The night was heavy, so heavy that sometimes even the earth couldn't bear it. It was the sound of the hardest thing breaking. That object could be a heaven stone from Mount Han, or it could be a cold rock from a lonely peak, or it could be a hard fist. The gale suddenly subsided. Xian Yuan Po's fist and the young man's fist separated. Countless streams of white-hot mist emerged from Xian Yuan Po's clothes and were quickly condensed into water droplets by the chilly wind, wetting the cracked limestone ground. It looked just like the scene of Hu Ji's bun shop in the pine paths every morning. A stream of blood spurted out from between his lips, wetting the limestone floor even more. Xian Yuan swayed, and a series of cracking sounds rang out from his body. More than 10 streams of blood shot out from his body like arrows, piercing his clothes with more than 10 round holes. It looked like a reverse waterfall. Countless cries of alarm and shrieks rose up from the surroundings at this sight. The important personages above the imperial city were silent, each with a different expression. The bear tribe leader turned to the chief elder, his face as cold as ice. Outside Heaven's Guard Pavilion, Xiaoda's complexion was even uglier than the bear tribe leaders. They all knew that Xian Yuan had lost, and had lost miserably. Some of his chi openings had been shattered, and if they were not properly treated, there was a high chance that he would become a cripple. They had already predicted this result, but when they saw Xian Yuan Po's lightning-wreathed fist, they had originally believed that a miracle would occur. Xiaoda had not expected a miracle, but he had always believed that the young man would struggle to receive it. In his view, if it were him, he would also have to pay an enormous price to receive this punch. Who could have expected that the young man would not even take a single step back? The young man slowly drew back his hands. Then he slowly retreated 3 steps. In this entire process, he had been staring into Xian Yuan Po's eyes, his expression abnormally grave and extremely vigilant. Only when he had retreated 3 steps and Xian Yuan still did not strike again did he confirm that his opponent was no longer capable of fighting. The chilly wind ruffled the tattered bamboo hat, revealing even more of his face. One could faintly make out that his face was extremely handsome and had a bewitching charm to it. However, it was even paler than yesterday, devoid of any blood. I guessed that your right hand would be very formidable, but I didn't expect it to be this formidable. He looked at Xian Yuan and said, "Back then, before you could even fight in the Orthodox Academy, an exception was made for you to be placed on the proclamation of Azure Sky. Now that I think about it, that old man, Heavenly Secrets, truly did have a good eye." Xian Yuan Po's body was covered in blood as he stood where he was. "But I could not defeat you." The young man fell quiet for a while, then said, "Your talent truly is very formidable, and the technique Qin Changxing chose for you is also very powerful and suitable. But the so-called heavenly thunder is still contained within the rain clouds, and I am not a person of the secular world. I was born above the clouds, so how could your heavenly thunder strike me?" As he said this, his voice trembled and his face paled even more. It was obvious that in order to receive Xian Yuan Po's fist, he had paid no small price. It had not been as easy as Xiaoda had believed. But the real reason that made his voice tremble and his face turn even paler was because what he said was a lie. He was the noblest king in the world, possessing supreme pride and dignity. Facing such a lowly opponent, he had to resort to other means and lie. This made him feel very humiliated. Xian Yuan had just used the most powerful technique of the heavenly Thunderbringer. Even he would have to pay an enormous, even grievous price to receive this attack head-on. But now he had to complete the most important historical mission in the last 1,000 years in White Emperor City. He had to appear invulnerable, so he could not be injured. So he had not used his own cultivation to defeat Xian Yuan but had used other methods. At the start, he had placed his left hand behind his back, not because he was underestimating his opponent or because he was confident, but because he wanted to ensure that he could remove an object from his belt at any time. That object was a stone seal. Feeling the hardness of the seal in his palm, he felt more and more displeased. In order to conceal this displeasure, he wanted to appear even more relaxed and indifferent. His gaze fell on the metal sword at Xian Yuan Po's waist. "If you use this sword, you might be able to last a little longer." Xianyuanpa looked at his clenched left fist and shook his head. Even if I use my sword, I'm no match for that thing in your hand. As he said this, his expression was still very composed, or perhaps wooden. The young man felt that these words were brimming with ridicule and disdain, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. Chapter 974. The young man calmly gazed at Xianyuanpa, gradually calming down. That killing intent had already disappeared, leaving behind only absolute calmness and indifference. His voice and expression were cold to the extreme. In his view, Xianyuanpa was an inanimate object, an inevitable sacrifice. Even if I don't use anything, you are still no match for me. Chen Changsheng is also like a dog in front of me, let alone you. Once I finish my business, I will kill you. Of course, I will not personally kill you. I will have you die a painful and despairing death at the hands of your own clansmen. Xianyuanpa said nothing, his body covered in blood. He did not respond. Victory and defeat had been decided. It seemed that no one could stop this young man from obtaining the final victory in the heavenly selection ceremony. The imperial city was abnormally quiet, devoid of sound. The fact that the young man had so easily defeated Xianyuanpa shocked everyone. What was even more shocking was the information that was vaguely revealed in the few sentences that he said. Just who was he? He had actually called the elder of heavenly secrets an old man, had actually said that the Pope was like a dog in front of him. Countless gazes fell on his body and the bamboo hat. The Archbishop of the Western Wastes looked at his left hand. Earlier, when the young man had clenched his hand into a fist, he had faintly seen a seal. As one of the most senior archbishops of the Orthodoxy, he knew many ancient secrets. Coupled with the urgent message from the Li Palace last night, he had already confirmed the identity of the young man in the bamboo hat, and this was the answer he least wanted to see. The archbishop's face was somewhat pale, his body slightly trembling. The great Zhou envoy and the Tang clan steward glanced at each other, seeing the shock and fear in each other's eyes. The archbishop's body suddenly stopped trembling, and his red divine robe began to exude a biting and somber qi. The shock in the eyes of the great Zhou envoy and the Tang clan steward also transformed into determination. They had already confirmed the identity of the young man, so the demi-human race should have known long ago. Yet in the last few days, there had been no sign of activity in White Emperor City. Even now, the demi-human personages in the Imperial City still had not responded. What did this mean? They couldn't hesitate any longer. Even if it would cause the conflict to intensify, they couldn't let the demon race continue to trade with this person in secret. An incomparably loud and clear shout, filled with deep alarm, rang out in front of the Imperial City. This guy is a devil. Then, another shout came from the opposite side of the crowd. He's a demon. Shouts rose and fell in succession in front of the Imperial City. No one could stop them, and they instantly fell into the ears of all the monster race citizens. You're a demon. The young man in the bamboo hat was actually a demon. There was a sudden silence in front of the Imperial City, and then a commotion quickly broke out. Countless gazes once more fell on the young man in the bamboo hat. Previously, those gazes were mostly filled with respect and bewilderment, but at this moment they were filled with vigilance, loathing, and hatred. The high official in charge of the heavenly selection ceremony frowned and turned to the young man in the bamboo hat. The beast guards and soldiers in front of the Imperial City suddenly paled. They raised their weapons and aimed them at the young man in the bamboo hat. The young man quietly stood where he was. He had no intention of fleeing, nor did he open his mouth to explain himself. He looked at the crowd around him and easily found the source of the first few shouts. A priest, a military official from the great Zhou embassy, and a steward of a trading company. Only now did he realize that the human race had already made preparations for today's event. He couldn't help but be rather surprised. According to the military advisor's plan, the capital would only respond tonight at the soonest. Just where had the problem gone wrong? Or were these human representatives in White Emperor City acting on their own? But none of this mattered, and he soon stopped pondering these questions. He had intended to reveal his identity in the first place. Although being seen through would make the situation a little more chaotic, it would not affect the overall situation. This fellow is actually a demon? Then how did he sneak into the city? I just thought it was strange. Why is he always wearing the bamboo hat and looking so sneaky? So it's to hide himself. There are 2 large holes in the bamboo hat, but I don't see any demon horns. Could this fellow be a descendant of the demon imperial clan? The area in front of the imperial city was in an uproar. The crowd discussed the young man surrounded, growing more and more shocked. Ever since the alliance with the humans 1,000 years ago, besides a few spies, it had been many years since a demon had appeared in White Emperor City. And this young man was highly likely to be a descendant of the demon imperial clan. The high official in charge of the heavenly selection ceremony had an abnormally cold expression as he sternly ordered, "Seize him!" Several hundred of the most elite and powerful soldiers of the Red River Beast Guard slowly advanced toward the center of the plaza. The young man glanced at Xian Yuanpa. Xian Yuanpa was covered in blood, and many of his bones had been broken. He was no longer able to move. If he could seize Xian Yuanpa and use his life to threaten the demi-humans, this truly would be a very good method. Xian Yuanpa was the future of the Bear tribe, Princess Luolua's student. More importantly, he was representing the Orthodox Academy in this battle. The demi-humans had to consider the Li Palace's stance, but the young man in the bamboo hat did not do this. He quietly stood at his original position, allowing several priests and 2 cultivators from the south to take the enormous risk of breaking into the plaza and taking Xian Yuanpa away. Some of the crowd couldn't help but be shaken by this sight, thinking if he really is one of those demons who doesn't shrink from any evil, would he be willing to be captured? The young man asked, "Why do you want to capture me?" The high official of the demi-human court expressionlessly replied, "We need to confirm that you are not a demon spy." The young man was quiet for a while, then he said, "There is no need to confirm, because I have never denied it." Not denying it was admitting it. The crowd fell into an uproar. Several shrill cries resounded through the sky, and then black silhouettes flew by. The gray vultures had left the city walls and were preparing for battle. On the stone steps leading up to the imperial city, one could faintly see several Yao supervisors running. The gate of the cavalry camp behind Heaven's Guard Pavilion was slowly opening, and one could already hear the faint sound of hooves. All of White Emperor City was nervous at the identity of the young man in the bamboo hat. He was still very calm, not the slightest bit nervous, because although he was a demon, he was not a spy. A calm and lofty voice drifted down from the highest point of the imperial city. "Those who have come from afar are guests. Please." These words silenced the crowd in front of the imperial city. The crowd was shocked and perplexed. The high official was even more shocked, wondering if he had misheard. The Red River Beast Guard and soldiers were the same. The Archbishop of the Western Wastes and the great Zhou emissary had extremely nasty expressions. It was like they had heard the news that the demons had won a war. The young man faintly smiled as he walked up the imperial city. Yes, he was not a spy. He was a guest invited by White Emperor City. Chapter 975. The calm and lofty voice came from Madame Mu. As the empress of the demi-humans and the only remaining saint, she possessed an unimaginable prestige in White Emperor City. But even she found it extremely difficult to make a demon a guest, and it was highly likely to provoke a fierce wave of opposition. The demi-human personages in the hall had more strength than the ordinary people in front of the imperial city, so they naturally had more ideas. But the figure at the very center, like a mountain, remained quiet and unmoving, his eyes closed in silence. It was like he had not heard the criticism of the young man, nor had he heard Madame Mu's declaration that he was a guest from afar. As a result, the entire stone hall was much quieter than expected. Silence often signified oppression, and the mood in the stone hall was very tense. The various clan leaders, ministers, and generals of the Council of Elders were either exchanging meaningful glances, silently staring at the ground at their feet, or narrowing their eyes as they waited for the young man in the bamboo hat to arrive. The demi-human palace was at the highest point of the imperial city. In front of the palace was a large stone platform, and on the edge of the platform was a pear tree. Outside the pear tree was a long stone railing. Standing on the railing, one could look down on the streets of White Emperor City and the turbid waves of the Red River, and even the celestial trees in the mountains several hundred li away. This was the famed observation platform of the imperial city. Those who had the right to stand here did not look at the scenery, but at the rivers and mountains or the world. The young man walked up to the observation platform and stood under the pear tree. He gazed at the massive stone demi-human palace, but he had no intention of entering. Many gusts of wind came from the stone hall, and amidst these gusts of wind were the faint sounds of breathing and unspoken thoughts. After an unknown amount of time, a real voice finally rang out in the stone hall. The speaker was the great Duke of the demi-human court. This important personage from the Deer tribe had always been inconspicuous, but for some reason he had taken the initiative to ask a question. Why has Sir traveled such a long distance from Shualao City? The young man replied, Of course, I have come to participate in the heavenly selection ceremony. The Carp tribe leader spoke, gloomy and cold, like a mountain spring in the depths of winter. Could it be that you wish to marry Princess Luluo? The young man indifferently replied, Correct. I have always admired your highness, the noble princess, so I came to participate in the heavenly selection ceremony. Is there anything wrong with that? As far as I know, neither Tianxian's rules nor the Yao scripture forbids this. The voice of the chief of the carp race became even colder as he said, Do you think a demon has this right? The young man calmly said, The wildfire of the celestial trees is fair. Yesterday, I passed the trial of the ancestral spirit, so I should have the right. There was a moment of silence in the hall. The important figures of the demon race didn't know how to respond to this. Many people had seen the activity in the mountain with their own eyes, and afterwards, the high priest had confirmed that the young man in the bamboo had passed the test of the ancestral spirits. According to the traditions of the demi-human race, no matter where this young man in the bamboo hat came from, he should now be considered to have the blood of the demi-human race. But the voice of the carp race leader was still cold, though it was less frigid than before. Even if you pass the baptism of the wildfire of the celestial trees and the trial of the ancestral spirits, even obtained victory in the heavenly selection ceremony, you are still a demon. How can you marry Her Highness the princess of my race? The Deer tribe grand elder spoke once more. Correct. This sort of thing has never happened before. It's far too absurd. That's not right. The young man calmly said, This sort of thing has happened many times in history. These words suddenly caused the stone hall to fall into chaos. In the long years of history, many demi-human princesses had truly been married off to distant Shualao City, especially 2,000 years ago. However, this was not some beautiful tale, but a history of humiliation for the demi-human race. Several tribe leaders and generals stood up and cursed outside the hall. Two of the fiercer ones even took out their sabers and axes, intending to hack the young man to death. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the midst of this clamor. That voice was extremely low and deep. It reverberated in the spacious stone hall with a buzzing sound. The cursing and discussion vanished, and the two generals gripping their sabers and axes also stopped, because this voice came from the chief elder, the Xiong clan leader, the second most powerful member of the demi-human race. You, just what do you want to do? The silence of the cursing and discussion and the halting of the two generals was a sign of respect for the Xiong clan leader. But to the Sher clan leader, the Bear tribe leader, and the other important figures, their silence had a deeper meaning. Last night, With the hints of the Taoist Church of the Western Wastes and the assistance of certain factions, they had already vaguely discovered something, or perhaps guessed at something. The truth was still shrouded in the fog of the mountains, not completely revealed. However, the Xiong clan leader probably already knew the identity of the young man in the bamboo hat. This being the case, why did he still ask about the young man's true intentions? What did this mean? Following this line of reasoning, the words of the Deer tribe grand elder and the Carp tribe leader also seemed to be problematic. They seemed to be criticizing and making things difficult for the young demon from Shuola City. But in reality, they were giving the young demon a chance to explain. Moreover, through this conversation, they had succeeded in dispelling the shock and anger brought about by this matter. The Sher clan leader and the Bear tribe leader glanced at each other, seeing the shock and fear in each other's eyes. The Xiong clan leader's voice came from the stone hall to the observation platform. His voice was like an ancient bell, seemingly imbued with boundless might. Even though it was not truly manifested, it still stirred up a gust of wind. It was clearly the middle of winter, but the pear tree on the observation platform was covered in flowers. As the wind blew, the white flowers rustled down, landing on the bamboo hat and also on his shoulders. The young man's lips perked up into a faint smile as he took a thin book from his sleeve. With a light flick of his finger, the book flew into the air, slowly flying into the stone hall as if pulled by an invisible thread. After an unknown amount of time, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out in the hall. Then, cries of surprise rose and fell, and they never stopped. Words filled with disbelief were mixed among them. What is this? Could this be a map of the snowy plains in the land of demons? Just what do the demons want to do? What does this red thread mean? Do they want to cede this territory? This must be a scheme, Black Robe's scheme. As time passed, the cries of alarm and argument gradually faded, and the hall became quiet. One could only faintly hear the breathing of those demi-human personages, and their breathing was clearly rather hurried. The hall became incomparably quiet, giving off an abnormally oppressive feeling. Perhaps it was because of nervousness, shock, or excitement. After some time, a trembling voice spoke. "You can represent Shuola City?" The young man dusted off the white flower on his shoulder and replied, "Of course." Another voice asked, "Shuola City, how does it prove its sincerity?" The young man calmly replied, "This Lord has personally come. Is this not sincerity?" Chapter 976. June was a character and also a surname, but more often than not it was a form of address. It was the one in the very center of the heaven, earth, June, June and June. The young man in the bamboo hat was a demon and called himself June, so his identity was obvious. He was the demon lord. The stone hall was quiet, not a single sound coming from it. In truth, a thunderclap had exploded in everyone's hearts. The power of that thunderclap was so terrifying that it silenced the entire imperial city, so much so that not even the pear blossoms dared to fall. Other than the rather lonely figure of the young demon, the observation platform was still deserted, but other places were already in an uproar. Everywhere in the imperial city, one could see the swiftly moving figures of beast guards. Outside the imperial city, one could see banners signaling the mobilization of cavalry. The imperial city was quickly surrounded. The seals on the two shores of the Red River were silently activated. Even experts of the divine domain would find it very difficult to leave. Why was the young demon lord still so calm? The mood in the stone hall was abnormally oppressive, but many sparks were madly dancing in the minds of the demi-human personages. Their gazes rested on the highest point in front of the hall. Even now, Madame Mu still maintained her silence. The Sher clan leader slowly narrowed his eyes, like the golden thread willows that could occasionally be seen in the upper reaches of the Red River, or the famed Xiao Dao of the southern demi-human domain. The true identity of the young demon had truly shocked him, but what he was most concerned about was the activity within the hall. Madame Mu's silence was within his expectations, But why was the Xiong clan leader also so silent? Was there really such a possibility? This was even worse than the worst situation he and Xiaoda had imagined. At this moment, a demi-human great general stood up and harshly yelled, "Empress, please allow this general to kill this enemy." With these words, the silence in the stone hall was shattered, the oppressive atmosphere torn apart. Those dancing sparks gradually began to transform into true wildfire. More ministers, generals, and tribal leaders stood up and angrily roared at the Empress seated at the highest point. "Kill him! Empress, kill him!" The angry voice echoed in the spacious stone hall, then spread to the observation deck, and then to even further places. The entire imperial city had probably heard these words. The 9 celestial trees in the depths of the mountains released an even more scorching aura of heavenly fire. Perhaps this represented the wrath of the ancestral spirits of the demi-humans. Madame Mu continued to quietly sit on the highest seat, giving no reply. The one to answer these questions was the demon lord himself. His expression remained calm, and his voice did not fluctuate as he listened to the wave after wave of battle cries coming from the hall. "Why do you want to kill me? Is it because of Binjuan's identity? Or was it because of the enmity between the 2 races 1,000 years ago? The hatred from 1,000 years ago originated from the abuse and so-called humiliation of the demon race by the god race. But what did that have to do with me? I was still very young and hadn't been born yet, so these debts wouldn't fall on me." The battle cries in the stone hall gradually disappeared, and then came the angry rebuke of a certain demi-human general. A complex smile appeared on the demon lord's pale face. It was hard to say whether it was a smile of ridicule or self-mockery. "Yes, the one who abused you, humiliated you, and slaughtered you was my father. It's not wrong to say that a son pays his father's debts, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. My father, whom you hated the most, was killed by my own hands. In this sense, shouldn't you be grateful to me?" The mood in the stone hall once more became oppressive, just like the gloomy light. Other than Xiaoda, Jinyalu, and a few others who had not appeared for various reasons, all the important figures of the demi-human race were present. They could decide everything for the demi-human race. But today, they were about to make one of the most important decisions in the history of the demi-human race. So they were very nervous and uneasy. Some tribal leaders and ministers even felt endless frustration and fear. In the quiet stone hall, no one spoke for a very long time. All that could be heard was breathing, silent and enigmatic, breathing as heavy as a mountain. The fragrance of fruits and scholar tree candles was completely replaced by the stench of sweat and fur. The scholar tree candles were gradually extinguished, but the lanterns on the stone walls were not lit. Only the night pearls emitted a faint luster, illuminating countless cloudy faces. Madame Mu was faintly discernible in the gloomy light, as dark as the night. The Xiong clan leader was still silent, as indistinct as a mountain in the night. In the air of the stone hall floated a piece of paper, several zhang wide, looking like a belt. This was the thin book that the demon lord had sent. Countless gazes fell upon it, and then one could hear the breathing grow even heavier. It signified nervousness, excitement, ambition, and even greed. The demon lord was very young, and his words and actions could not be described as shrewd or ruthless, but he had a very peculiar persuasiveness. Whether or not the demi-human personages believed him, they had to admit that the demon lord had been rather candid at the start of this conversation. The demi-human race and the demon race could be said to have a hatred as deep as the sea, but that tragic past of humiliation and slaughter was a story from 1,000 years ago. In the present imperial city, there was no one who had personally experienced that period. Although the hatred had continued, it did not mean that it could never be eliminated. Even if it could not be eliminated, it truly did not have much to do with the young demon lord. In that case, could he put aside his hatred for the time being and consider something more important, like benefits and safety? The conditions offered by the demons were too good. The benefits that the demi-humans could obtain were too great. This already surpassed everyone's imagination. Even the most irascible clan leaders and demon generals who hated the devil race the most had no choice but to remain silent in the face of the conditions offered by the devil race. This did not mean that they were willing to agree to the demons' conditions, but that they were still searching for a better way to respond. The demon's sincerity was also very difficult to question, because the demon lord had personally come to White Emperor City, and he was alone. This meant that he could die here at any moment. In these circumstances, no one could say anything. More importantly, it was now very obvious that the Empress had known about the whole thing in advance, and it was even possible that she had arranged it herself. More and more gazes left the map of the snowy plains of the land of demons, and once more fell upon Madame Mu. It was only now that the heavenly selection ceremony revealed its true face, its goal. The rumor that Madame Mu was prepared to marry Princess Luoluoff to the second prince of the great western continent had turned out to be a smokescreen. From the very start, Madame Mu had been prepared to marry Princess Luoluoff to the young demon lord outside the hall. The purpose of the marriage between the two imperial clans was naturally to form an alliance. Such a grand undertaking naturally had to be concealed from the human race before it succeeded, leading to so many events. But did His Majesty also think this way? But this was the demon race. Did they really have to forget the hatred of the past and the blood shed by the tribal warriors over the years? Did they really have to turn their backs on the human allies that had fought side by side for 1,000 years? Many tribal leaders and generals found it impossible to accept this. Their gazes fell upon the mountainous figure in front of the hall. This was the chief elder of the Council of Elders. In their view, only the Xiong clan leader with the most seniority and prestige could lead them in stopping this matter. Chapter 977. From the very first few conversations, one could see that the Deer tribe and Carp tribe were already standing on the Empress's side, supporting the alliance with the demons. Presumably, many ministers, elders, and a few generals in the imperial court also held the same attitude. So who would stand up and oppose this alliance? In terms of both seniority and prestige, the Xiong clan leader was the most suitable candidate. Everyone knew that he was the White Emperor's most loyal subordinate and most reliable companion. Perhaps it was for this reason that even though the Empress's prestige on the two shores of the Red River had grown higher and higher over the years, he was still unable to receive much warmth. The relationship between the two had always been cold. Moreover, the Xiong clan leader had gone to pay a visit to the White Emperor a few days ago. Although they had not met face to face, it was said that they had communicated through spiritual sense. If the White Emperor had a different view on this matter, he should naturally be the one to make the announcement. A few astute tribal leaders believed that even if the White Emperor did not express his opinion because he was quietly recuperating from his injuries, the Xiong clan leader could still use the White Emperor's name to stop this matter, at least delay it for a while. Under countless gazes, the Xiong clan leader opened his eyes and slowly stood up. A mountain seemed to grow out of the stone hall. In this gloomy environment, the Xiong clan leader's eyes were extremely bright. His eyes were suffused with the vicissitudes of time, fearless courage, and an intelligence that could see through the affairs of the world. Upon seeing these eyes, many of the opposing factions, including the Bear tribe leader, felt much more at ease. But at the next moment, they heard a sentence that they had not expected at all. "I feel that this matter is feasible," seemed. But these were all very ambiguous words. The Xiong clan leader's attitude seemed rather ambiguous. But in this current environment, he had chosen to say these words. This was the clearest declaration of his position. The hall once more fell silent, the atmosphere oppressive. A few of the leaders of the smaller tribes even showed fear in their eyes. The Shi clan leader stared into the Xiong clan leader's eyes and asked, "So you really did have a connection with Shualao City?" He had predicted this sight, but now that it had really happened, he still couldn't help but be shocked. because he could not think of any reason why the Xiong clan leader would stand on the Empress's side and support the alliance with Shualao City. The Xiong clan leader expressionlessly replied, "You are wrong. Everything I do is in accordance with His Majesty's will." The Shi clan's leader frowned slightly when he heard this. He wanted to say something more, but in the end he didn't say anything. Those clan heads who were filled with rage and opposed to allying with the demon race, and those generals who had already grasped the hilt of their sabers, were also stunned on the spot. Is this what His Majesty wants? The status of the White Emperor clan on the two shores of the Red River was far too special. It was not something that could be measured by simple authority or strength. Its prestige was as high as the night sky, its status like that of a god. No one dared to show any disrespect before the name of the White Emperor, much less oppose it. Madame Mu's prestige was also extremely high, but when those tribal leaders and generals were forced into a corner, they still dared to pull out their sabers and axes and shout in the hall for rebellion. If White Emperor was present, would they dare to do such a thing? He didn't dare to, even if the Xiong clan leader was only conveying the White Emperor's intentions. No one dared to raise any objections. Even if those clan leaders and demon generals still couldn't come around, they were still filled with unwillingness and even felt humiliated. However, there were exceptions to everything. Today, the demi-human race faced its most important turning point in the last 1,000 years. So it was only natural that a few unexpected situations would occur. After so many years, the White Emperor's dignity was finally being challenged for the first time. The Bear tribe leader stood up, stared into the Xiong clan leader's eyes, and asked, "Why?" He was not asking why he was standing on the Empress's side, because he had already said that this was His Majesty's will. The Bear tribe leader wanted to ask why His Majesty had agreed to ally with the demons. At any other time, for any other matter, these 3 words would have been enough for him to be punished into the celestial tree and burned in the wildfire. But not today, because many important personages of the demi-human race had the same thoughts as him. They wanted an answer. This so-called alliance has nothing to do with profit. It is only a method for the weak to fight the strong. 1,000 years ago, the demons were at the height of their power and wreaked havoc on the continent. If my race wanted to survive, we could only ally with the human race. But with the passage of time, the human race has already grown stronger and their ambitions flourish. The target of my race's alliance naturally has to change. This grand event that was certain to change the history of the continent sounded so casual in Madame Mu's emotionless voice, making it seem all the more natural. The demi-human personages in the stone hall silently pondered. They realized that while these words seemed simple and crude, they contained a principle that was extremely difficult to refute. So we must ally with our former enemies and confront our former comrades. The Bear tribe leader fell silent, then shook his head. "I cannot do it." On the battlefield of the snowy plains, he had fought side by side with Shui, he and several other divine generals of the Great Zhou. Their teamwork was superb, and they had forged a friendship of life and death. He could never have imagined that there would come a day when he would need to lead an army to fight against those fellows and end up killing each other. Madame Mu said, "This is history, monotonous and tedious, even very ugly at times. But only in this way can history continue to move forward, so that the dismal conclusion of one's race being exterminated and one's country not appear. If the demons are exterminated, then it will be our turn. All of you are great demi-humans, brimming with intelligence. How could you not understand this?" The Shi clan leader suddenly said, "Isn't this way of thinking a little overestimating the strength of the human race?" Madame Mu's gaze fell on the strongest great demi-human of the southern demi-human region. "What do you want to say?" The Shi clan leader replied, "Even if the venerable Taoist Shang Xingzhou has the ambition to unite the continent, the entire world knows that he is the executor of Emperor Taizong's dying wish. How could he overturn the treaty that Emperor Taizong made with us? More importantly, before that, he first needs to resolve the problem within the human race. I do not believe that he can live to that day. The Grand Duke slightly arched his brows. Do you really think that the Lee Palace will win? The Sher clan leader replied. At least for now, it cannot be said that the Lee Palace will lose. The Grand Duke mocked. Even if the Lee Palace wins, will the ambition of the human race die out? The Sher clan leader calmly replied. His Holiness, the Pope has always had a good relationship with my tribe, and he does not have the ambition of his teacher. Putting aside whether Shangxingzhou will lose or not, there is no need to think about His Holiness the Pope's attitude towards my tribe. I only wish to remind everyone. The Grand Duke coldly said, if they have been acting all these years, then what? The mood in the stone hall once more changed. The phrase, one temple of Xining rules the world, had already spread throughout the continent. The Grand Duke's words also worried many important figures. Whether it was in White Emperor City or Shuilao City, or even in the human capital and the sects of the south, there were countless people who could not understand how Shang Xingzhou and Chen Changsheng, this pair of master and disciple, had reached their current situation. At this moment, Madame Mu spoke of a very important matter. Wang Jitsa is still alive. Chapter 978. Wang Jitsa was a true celebrity of the continent, especially to the demi-human race. He was perhaps the most famous human. In the northern expedition against the demons, he had been the deputy commander of the Allied army, the de facto highest commander. The tribal leaders and generals present had heard countless memories of their elders when they were young. Wang Jitsa's deeds had already become a legend of their generation, making them feel boundless respect. But just like the word respect, what accompanied respect was fear. Only in death could he be a legend. Living was pressure because, in the end, he was still a human. The dear tribe Grand Duke's claim that Shang Xingzhou and Chen Changsheng, master and disciple, might have been acting was very difficult to believe. Because if this was a scheme, then this scheme was far too complex, involving far too many people. Even the coup of the Mausoleum of Books was only one part of it. Who could construct such a heaven-shaking scheme? Not even someone as strong as Shang Xingzhou could do it. But Wang Jitsa was still alive. If this was a scheme he had laid for the human race, what could be done? The oppressive and tense mood in the hall made the Bear tribe leader rather irritable. He sternly said, if the human race is really as powerful as you say, their schemes so frightening, have you ever thought about what sort of blow we will receive once we go back on our alliance? The dear tribe Grand Duke sneered. As long as our alliance with Shuilao City becomes a reality, what can the human race do? No matter how angry they are, at most, they'll send a few letters of state curses. Do they really have the courage to attack us and Shuilao City at the same time? Madame Mu expressionlessly said, war requires courage, but starting has never had anything to do with courage. The situation dictates it. I do not like war. So today's discussion is to prevent the continent from sinking into the fires of war. This is why I have decided to ally with Shuilao City. These two sentences caused the hall to fall even quieter. Those tribal leaders and generals who had originally opposed the alliance with the demons couldn't help but be swayed. The Sher clan leader's eyes narrowed even more, making it difficult to tell if it was a golden willow or an elegant blade. He knew that the situation was abnormally difficult, but when he thought of his conversation with Xiaoda last night, he could only continue. We have already seen Shuilao City's sincerity. He raised his head to Madame Mu and asked, but how can the demons trust our sincerity? I don't think an alliance without trust has much meaning. Madame Mu calmly gazed at him and said, I presume that you are well aware of the meaning of the heavenly selection ceremony. The Sher clan leader's expression did not change. Does Princess Luoluo really have to marry this young demon lord? Are we going to welcome a demon king? This was the clan leader's and the demon general's sharpest doubt. If the demon lord married Princess Luoluo, Wouldn't that mean that when the White Emperor returned to the Sea of Stars, the Demon Lord would become the emperor of the demi-human race? Madame Mu calmly gazed at the Sher clan leader and said, "A marriage alliance does not mean the succession of the throne." The marriage between the two royal families had always been the simplest and most effective method of forming an alliance. In the past tens of thousands of years, this sort of thing had happened countless times. Many demi-human princesses had been married off to distant Shualel City. The tribal leaders, generals, and ministers in the hall were more accepting of the marriage alliance. But Madame Mu's words still did not resolve the most crucial problem. The entire world knew that it was difficult for the White Emperor and Madame Mu to have children. Many years ago, they only had one daughter, Princess Luoluo. If Princess Luoluo was married off to distant Shualel City, and the Demon Lord, the ultimate victor in the heavenly selection ceremony, could not inherit the throne, then who would be the next White Emperor? Madame Mu's hand lightly rested on her abdomen as she said, "It is naturally the son of me and His Majesty." As she said this, her expression did not change. It was still indifferent and lofty, yet it exuded a dignified and sacred aura. The Xian clan leader solemnly said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Empress!" The demi-human personages, who had been shocked speechless by this sudden news, finally came to their senses and bowed, offering their blessings and praises. The Sher clan leader once more recalled his conversation with Xiaoda from last night and couldn't help but sigh. "I've done all I can, but is it still impossible to change the result?" The Xiang clan leader turned to the crowd in the hall and asked, "Does anyone else have anything else to say?" The Bear tribe leader's hand trembled as he held his metal cudgel. Then he smashed it against the ground. With a muffled thud, the ground quaked and dust rose. His eyes turned somewhat red as he stared up at Madame Mu and said, "I have nothing to say, but I still object." The Sher clan leader fell quiet for a while, then said, "I also object." Soon after, a He tribe general famed for his bravery stood up, took off his helmet, and impassively declared, "I object." The demi-human prime minister, who had remained silent since the beginning of the preparations for the heavenly selection ceremony, also stood up and said in a time-worn voice, "I must personally meet His Majesty before I can agree." "I also object." "Me too." The Xian clan leader's expression did not change as he listened to the rising and falling voices. Madame Mu slightly arched her brows, her eyes as bright as the stars devoid of emotion. She was somewhat surprised that there were still so many voices of opposition, but this was meaningless. This was her and His Majesty's decree. Moreover, this decree had obtained the support of the Council of Elders, led by the Xian clan leader. Even if there was some noise, how could it affect the surging western flow of the great river? The court deliberations concluded. Nearly 40% of the tribal leaders, ministers, and generals expressed their opposition to the alliance with the demons. But the decree had already been issued. The grand scholar of the Abyssal Pearl Pavilion, who had participated in the grand examination of the capital 100 years ago, was currently nervously writing a formal letter of credence. The demi-human personages who had argued for a very long time in this tense and oppressive atmosphere walked out of the stone hall, wanting to rest for a while. And then they saw the young demon lord. The blue sky was like a wash, the edge of the high platform was like a line, and the pear tree was a lone shadow. He was standing under the tree. The tattered bamboo had already been taken off, falling by his feet, gradually about to be buried by the white pear blossoms. His face was handsome and white like jade. His robe fluttered in the wind as if about to fly away. This scene and this person were too beautiful to behold. Some generals were brimming with killing intent as if they were about to charge at him. Some tribal leaders were warily staring at him, ready to turn and leave. Some ministers were all smiles as if they were about to fall to the ground. No matter what their emotions were, they were forced to admit that this person was truly an extraordinary individual. For a demon lord to stand alone in the demi-human imperial city and still be so calm and composed was truly admirable. Ceremonial music rose from the whalefall platform. The mood on the observation platform instantly turned solemn. The letter of credence was completed. The heavenly selection, the marriage alliance, and the alliance were officially announced. Announced to the world. At this moment, the ceremonial music suddenly became somewhat disorderly. Perhaps it was because of those footsteps. Several dozen palace maids and eunuchs had arrived on the observation platform. Luo was at the very front. She looked at the demon lord beneath the pear tree. The demon lord also looked at her. Chapter 979. The sky was cloudless, but the sunlight was not particularly fierce. Even though the two shores of the Red River were warm, it was still midwinter. A chilly wind blew over the stone platform, not stirring up the dust from the cracks in the stones. It only made the white flowers on the ground tremble, making them seem even more melancholic. Luo stood in the pear blossoms, her figure somewhat lonely. There was not much emotion on her still young and even more beautiful face, but when they thought of the resolution in the stone hall, the ceremonial music that had begun to flow once more from Whalefall platform, and the letter that was about to be announced to the world, many tribal leaders and generals found it difficult to look at her. They lowered their heads or turned their gazes away. Luo seemed not to notice this. She walked forward, her leather boots making no sound as they stepped on the soft, white flowers. She stopped when she was still some distance away from the pear tree, because an extremely lofty, mountain-like figure blocked in front of her. She raised her head and realized that it was the chief elder who had doted on her since she was a child. The Xian clan leader silently gazed at her, but his eyes were filled with many complex emotions, just like the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, very difficult to understand. In his calm eyes there was gentleness, pampering, apology, and pleading. Luo understood his meaning and softly said, "I did not expect it." The apology in the Xiang clan leader's eyes intensified. "This is His Majesty's will." Luo raised her small face to him and calmly asked, "So, what?" The observation platform was very quiet, especially after she appeared. Although her voice was very soft, it was clearly heard by all the important personages of the demi-human race. The Xian clan leader froze, the Deer tribe Grand Duke froze, the Carp tribe leader froze, and all the important personages on the observation platform froze. Because they had not expected that the princess, who had always been known for being cute, sensible, and obedient, would actually say such a thing. So what? These 4 simple words seemed like a question or a question. But who could not hear the coldness and unyieldingness hidden within? Luo walked up to the pear tree. She looked at the young demon beneath the tree and realized that he truly was very handsome, and the qi he exuded did not make her loathe him. Her gaze fell on his hair and confirmed that there was no devil horn. She found it slightly interesting, but then a little perplexed. As the most respected princess of the demi-human race, no matter if she was in the capital or in White Emperor City, she always received the strictest protection. As a result, she did not have the opportunity to participate in the grand examination, nor could she enter the mausoleum of books with other people to view the monoliths and comprehend the Tao. Even more so, she was not allowed to enter the garden of Zhou to train. Therefore, she did not have many opportunities to see the real demons. It was just that many years ago in the Orthodox Academy, on that unforgettable night, she had encountered it once. That horned fiend should have died long ago when he fell into Zhou Tong's hands, right? At that time, he hadn't even completed his purification. Wasn't he afraid when he stood in front of her? A white flower fell from the branch and brushed past her temple, bringing her back to reality. She curiously asked, "You are the demon lord?" Her eyes were very clear, like the water of a stream, and one could see all of her true emotions. It was clear that she did not feel any anger towards this young demon lord. She was only rather curious. "Yes." The demon lord calmly gazed at her, then suddenly said, "You can call me by my name, Nero." This sentence and the slight pause in the middle did not seem to be anything special. But if Black Robe and the demon commander were present, they would assuredly be shocked. If the nobles and ministers of Shualal City were present, they might even faint from fright. Although his indifferent tone concealed his true arrogance, he had told her his true name and allowed her to use it. Luo did not know of these rules of the demon imperial clan, nor did she care. She asked, "You want to marry me?" The demon lord slightly arched his brows. "Correct." Luo asked, "Why?" The goal of this marriage was naturally to affirm the alliance. This was an extremely clear answer. The demon lord believed that she also knew, but he could not give such an answer. This was the dignity of a sovereign, the restraint that the imperial clan should have, and the respect they should give each other. So the answer he gave was still admiration. He said that he had admired her for a long time. Luo naturally knew that this could not be the truth, just like how she knew why he wanted to marry her. But she still continued to ask, "Did you already know of me?" Many important personages, including the Xian clan leader, believed that they knew why she persisted in her questions. She wanted to prove that the demon lord was lying. She wanted to prove that the demon lord had not known of her before, so there was naturally no such thing as admiration. But even if she proved all this, what meaning would it have? In their view, Princess Luo was like a child biting on the tip of a brush as she racked her brains over how to solve a problem. Even if she solved the problem, who would care if it was right or wrong? Of course, it's precisely because I know that I admire you. I am confident that one day in the future, you will also have the same view. The demon lord calmly gazed at her, appearing extremely confident. Luo suddenly retreated several steps, arriving outside the white flowers and once more gazing at the tree. She tilted her head, her brows slightly creased. For some reason, she seemed rather distressed, a very cute sight. At a glance, one could see a painting. Beyond the railing was the blue sky, lofty and serene. A pear tree covered in fine white flowers. He stood beneath the tree. The wind blew, and the flowers fell like rain. It landed on his shoulder and fell on his shirt. This painting was truly very beautiful. The demon lord said nothing, allowing her to look at him, because he was currently standing in the painting. A faint smile hung on his face, a hint of exhaustion and annoyance gradually appearing in the depths of his eyes. At the start, Luo did not show any fear of him like the noble girls of Shualal City, nor did she put on an air of arrogance and indifference like his sisters. She only stared at him with bright eyes like an ordinary girl, expressing her curiosity. This truly had aroused his interest, but as time passed, this interest had greatly diminished, especially when he saw Luo's current expression. He had originally drawn this painting for her to see. Women are women, he thought derisively. In the end, they still like these illusory and laughable things. As he thought this, he suddenly heard a question. "You've seen my painting?" The speaker was Luo. The demon lord's smile faded as he calmly replied, "I don't understand what you mean." 3 days ago I drew a painting. Luo looked at him and said, "I didn't expect to see the real thing today." The demon lord arched his brows. "Is that so? That's truly a coincidence." "Of course it's not a coincidence. Mother probably knew that I liked that painting very much, so she showed it to you. In the middle of winter, a spring breeze came, pear blossoms bloomed, and you stood beneath the tree. These details were very good. The pear blossoms were beautiful. You were also very beautiful, and the way you touched upon the scene was also very natural. But Mother and you both got one thing wrong." "What did I get wrong?" "Even if everything was perfectly designed, you would never have been able to become the person in my painting." "Why?" "Because that painting was not something I imagined out of thin air. It originally existed." Luo looked at him with sympathy, like she was looking at a child biting on the tip of a brush and racking his brains over how to solve a problem. All of you believed that you had found the correct method to solve the problem, but you had no idea what it meant. The demon lord vaguely guessed at the answer and asked, "Who was the person in the painting originally?" Lualua's eyes widened as she earnestly replied, "Of course, it was my teacher." Chapter 980. In the past 5 years, Luoluo had only received a few letters. She had nowhere to place her longing, and her concerns could only be known by herself. Fortunately, she had once lived in the Li Palace for a very long time and had once formally studied under Mao Chiyu. She also had some friendship with Archbishop Enlin, so she was still able to know many things related to Chen Changsheng, especially after Qin Changsheng left the snowy mountains and reappeared in the human world. Enlin often wrote him letters. She knew everything that had happened in the past few days. She knew what he had done in the Mount Song Army headquarters, knew that he had passed through Hanzhou City, knew that he had gone to Winshui and killed Taoist Baisher in front of the Taoist church. There was a pear tree in front of the holy gate of the Taoist church of Winshui. In the middle of winter, a night of spring wind had suddenly welcomed it, causing the pear trees to bloom. A cool breeze blew, and countless tiny white flowers fell from the branches and sprinkled on his shoulders, as clean as fresh snow. And Lin wrote down this scene on the letter. Luoluo thought about it and felt that she liked it. Hence, she drew it down very seriously and still liked it. Madame Mu did not know that this scene had truly appeared in the Taoist church of Winshui, so she naturally did not know why she liked this painting so much. After some thought, she felt that her daughter was yearning for love because of the upcoming heavenly selection ceremony. In the depths of winter, White Emperor City was still warm. Even if the pear trees on the observation platform suddenly bloomed, it would not seem too bizarre. Thus, the spring wind came to the banks of the Red River, filling the branches with white flowers. Thus, the demon lord ascended the steps in front of the imperial city to the pear tree, never to leave again. All of this was just for an image. Just as Luoluo had said, this was truly a beautiful sight, whether it was the pear blossom tree or the demon lord himself. Madame Mu truly was meticulous and her methods extraordinary. Regretfully, she still could not turn the demon lord into the man in the painting. There was already someone in Luoluo's painting. That was a person that couldn't be replaced. You can paint a new painting. You can paint any kind of scenery you like. The demon lord smiled at Luoluo. It had to be said that up until now his bearing had been very perfect, and there was nothing that could be criticized. No matter what kind of scenery you like to see, I can be a part of it. These were very touching words of love. Unfortunately, he was still unable to move Luoluo. She said, "I'm sorry, but you're not in my favorite scenery." The demon lord arched his brows. But he must be included? Luoluo said, "I like the spring breeze, I like the new snow." Teacher is the new snow and the spring breeze, but you are not. The demon lord's inky brows rose higher and higher, a chill rising as he asked, "Why?" Luoluo said, "New snow and spring breeze are the cleanest. Teacher is this kind of person." There was dead silence on the observation deck. The meaning of this sentence was very clear. The demon lord gave a self-deprecating laugh and shook his head. There was no smile in his eyes. Instead, the coldness in his eyes deepened. The so-called scenery depended on the intentions of the viewer. The person in the painting was naturally the one she loved. If he continued to pester her, he would inevitably lose face. He was the master of the snowfield in the infernal domain, the noblest race in the world. How could he endure such humiliation? So what Xian Yuan said was true. Qin Changsheng actually had an affair with you. The corners of his lips curled up, and he said with a hint of mockery, "You're his student," yet he still dared to lay his hands on you. How can such a person be considered clean? You're wrong again. I truly do like Teacher, but Teacher has always treated me as a student. What wrong did he do? The observation deck was still quiet, the only sound being Luoluo's voice. She was speaking to the demon lord, to the demi-human personages around her, and to the entire continent. As she spoke, she tightly clenched her fists, her voice trembling, but there was no shame on her face, only resolve. The demon lord impassively said to her, "To actually like your own teacher. Do you know how to write the word shame?" Luoluo stared into his eyes and said, "You killed your father and all your brothers. So do you have the right to teach me how to write the word shame?" The demon lord remained expressionless, but he was already beginning to get angry. He realized that the girl in front of him had a very strange and genuine charm. Every word she said was incomparably sincere, forcing others to believe her, even when she was attacking him. And it was precisely this sincerity that made him truly angry. No one could see the demon lord's true emotions except Luoluo. She very seriously and very curiously asked, "You want to kill me?" The demon lord froze, realizing yet another unique aspect of this girl. She seemed to be able to clearly sense the emotions of the people around her, no matter how perfectly they concealed it. Of course, her curiosity was also real. She wanted to know if the demon lord really dared to kill her here. When they heard Luoluo's question, the demon generals and guards around the observation platform looked over warily. The Xiong clan leader's gaze also seemed to become countless times heavier as it fell upon the demon lord. This was White Emperor City, and not even the demon lord could act excessively with her. And the demon lord had once more developed an interest in her. "You are correct. This landscape truly was personally designed by your mother." The demon lord looked at her and said, "I can see that she did not want you to be too sad, so she hoped that you could marry a man you liked." Luoluo asked, "I can see that you do not like me." The demon lord replied, "Correct. I am willing to cooperate because of my respect for you." Luoluo said, "I like this sort of frank conversation." The demon lord replied, "I also do not like those empty and hollow matters, so I hope that you understand that you must marry me. This is something that cannot be changed." Luoluo's voice became somewhat indifferent as she asked, "Just to form an alliance?" The demon lord's voice was very calm and indifferent. "Chun Chongqing stole away the woman I fancied. Me taking you back to Shualao City can be considered a small revenge." Luoluo somewhat helplessly sighed. "If you have the ability, go to South Stream Temple and steal teacher's wife away. Saying such words and doing such things is truly unbefitting of your status. Then let's talk about what we should be talking about." The demon lord walked to the railing and gazed at the streets and alleys of White Emperor City, the mountains on the other side of the Red River. "In a little while, your letter of credence will be announced to the world, and at the same time, my divine edict will leave Shualao City and fly to various parts of the continent. At the latest, in 4 hours, the Tsong Province Army Headquarters will begin to assemble, and soon after, the Heaven Pillar will fall at Blue Pass. Before tonight, the Mount Song Army Headquarters will send a transfer order down Sloping Cliff. In 3 days at the latest, the human race will gather an army of 1 million, arrayed in front of tensome mighty fortresses. The war is about to begin. If a normal person had said these words, they would not have felt much, just like a teacher who only knew how to talk about history. But when these words came from his mouth, they gave off a completely different feeling. Because he was the demon lord ruling over the vast continent of snowy plains and possessing the loyalty and devotion of countless powerful demon warriors. Luoluo knew that these words of his were highly likely to become reality, and her small face paled. But this war will not begin, because the human race does not dare to start a war. The demon lord continued, "The story between Shang Xingzhou and Chen Chongqing has still not been made clear. Crucially, they lack experience, so they lack courage." Experience naturally referred to the experience of the human race facing both the demons and demi-humans at the same time. From Emperor Taizong to several thousand years ago, and even further back in history, the human race had never had this sort of experience. The demon lord said, "As long as you marry me, there will be no war." At the very least, millions of creatures on this continent will live because of you. Luo silently gazed at his back for a very long time, then softly asked, "Are you threatening me?" "No, I'm talking about the scenery." The demon lord gazed at the distant mountains and said, "People like you, me, and Qin Changsheng are only qualified to see the scenery of rivers and mountains. If you only want to see the scenery with him, then this picturesque landscape will be burned to ashes by the flames of war. This is a little too selfish." Chapter 981. After hearing the demon lord's words, Luo walked to the observation platform and quietly thought for a very long time. The moist wind blowing from the Red River stirred the hot mist in the streets of White Emperor City, cooling the populace. She remembered that she had once discussed a similar topic with her teacher in the Orthodox Academy, but she had forgotten what her teacher had said. How should she choose? At this moment, the ceremonial music at Whale Fall platform came to a sudden halt. Several fierce chees soared into the sky, and then there was a violent tremor. A battle had suddenly erupted among the beast guards responsible for guarding the imperial city, but it was quickly suppressed. The white flowers on the ground trembled, and the distant stone steps were dyed red with blood. One could faintly make out several beast guards being dragged away, their fates unknown. Before the beast guards were subdued, they had loudly shouted these words, and Luo had heard them loud and clear. Her Highness could not be married. This was the voice that they would rather die than let out. Luo turned to the demon lord and said, "I will not marry you." The demon lord asked, "Just because of these stupid and loyal guards?" Luo replied, "It's related to them, but the most important reason is that I don't like you. So how can I marry you?" The demon lord thought this over, then said, "These words are very reasonable. I actually can't find any words to refute them." Luo said, "But you naturally won't stop here." "Correct. I will still let you marry me, even if you don't like it. Because marriage, especially our marriage, might be related to the picturesque scenery of the world, to the peace of the continent, but it has nothing to do with something like liking." The demon lord calmly gazed at her and said, "In addition, on the day we get married, I will kill Xianyuan Pa as a gift to you." Luo's face paled at these words. If this marriage could not be broken, he would not need to personally act. He only needed to make a request for Xianyuan Pa to die, because this was the sincerity that the demons had every right to demand from White Emperor City. Although Xianyuan Pa was a descendant of the bear tribe, his more important identity was that of a student of the Orthodox Academy. If the Yao race killed Xianyuan Pa with Qin Changsheng's personality, there would be no room for reconciliation. The demons could propose more conditions, such as massacring the embassy of the great Zhou dynasty and the Taoist temple of the Western Wastes. They could also make it impossible for the humans and demons to recover. However, the situation on the continent would deteriorate rapidly, which was not what the demons wanted to see. In this regard, the demon lord had not lied. He truly did hope for peace. Not until he and his people were strong again. The blood on the stone steps was quickly washed away by the servants and maids. The ceremonial music from the Whale Fall terrace rang out once more. Several grand scholars of the demi-human court and important ministers walked out of the hall in 2 rows. The bright yellow letter of credence was placed on a vermilion plate and then held in the hands of the highest-ranking Yao supervisor in the imperial city. Madame Mu walked up to Luo, her expression solemn and serene, just like the black and gold waves patterned on her robe. She was extremely luxurious and dignified. Luo said, "Mother." Madame Mu said, "My daughter is about to be married. I truly am somewhat reluctant." When she said this, her expression was very calm, which meant that she would not allow any rejection. "I will not marry." Luo's voice was also very calm, which meant that she would not accept. Madame Mu looked at her and said, "You should be well aware that the ancestral spirits accepted him yesterday." Luo replied, The ancestral spirits accepted him, but I will not, because the one to be married is me, not the ancestral spirits. Madame Mu asked, "Even if he is the heavenly chosen?" Luo Luo replied, "The heavenly chosen is not my choice, so there is no meaning." Madame Mu gazed at the gradually dispersing fog in the streets and slowly said, "If you insist on not accepting this marriage, the alliance between the two races will be very difficult to continue. Not to mention how many people will die in the future. Just right now, the demi-human race is highly likely to split. How many of the people living in this city will never be able to see the celestial tree again?" Luo Luo was quiet for a while, then said, "Mother, in the end, you still do not treat this place as your home." Madame Mu asked, "Why do you still insist on this view?" Luo Luo replied, "Because you have no feelings for the city. You will use the people living in this city to threaten your daughter." A deep weariness appeared in Madame Mu's eyes as she said, "You are right. I truly do not like this place, because this place is filled with the stench of fur and sweat, full of filthy language, full of foolish bravery and loathsome so-called heroism. This place is like a barren desert, barbaric and primitive." When she said this, her voice was very soft, so no one could hear her. Shuilao City is different. It has true history, culture, and most importantly, art. Not even the capital can compare. The husband I have chosen for you is the most outstanding successor of this civilization. I do not wish for you to walk my old path, so marry him." Madame Mu softly said, "The matter is already settled. Since you cannot object, you must learn to accept." Luo Luo was quiet for a while, then asked, "Why can I not object?" Madame Mu looked into her eyes and said, "This is the marriage your father and I have chosen for you, and the ancestral spirits are the matchmakers. Who can object?" Yes, this so-called marriage had never had anything to do with love. It was just the order of one's parents, the words of a matchmaker. Whether it was the demi-human race, the human race, or the demon race, the entire continent was the same. Who could object to this marriage? Luo Luo recalled that scene from the Ivy Festival in the capital many years ago. She had recalled that scene countless times, so even today it was still vivid, as if it was happening right before her eyes. In her memories, that was her teacher's most glorious moment. Whether it was her teacher taking first place of the first banner in the grand examination or drawing down a night of starlight in the mausoleum of books, none of them could compare to that moment of glory. Because her teacher had still been an ordinary student of the Orthodox Academy at the time. More importantly, at that time, Sir was only her Sir. Alas, on the night of the Ivy Festival, not a single one of her teacher's glory had fallen on her, because those words had not been directed at her. If only she could hear those words now. Alas, that was impossible. She had heard that her teacher was currently at Mount Lee. Even if he received the news and rushed over as quickly as possible, he would still be too late. Luo Luo walked to the railing, gripped the stone pearl tied to her neck, and gazed at the distant mountains on the other side of the Red River. She was confident that her teacher was probably on the other side of the mountain range. He might still have tens of thousands of li to go, but he was still on the road. This was very good. She was very satisfied. Suddenly, her expression flickered, because the layer of clouds above the mountains had suddenly begun to fiercely stir. A hole had appeared in the clouds. A pillar of light descended. This pillar of light contained an extremely divine chi, and it was also indescribably dignified. The seal on the two shores of the Red River was instantly pierced through by this pillar of light. A white crane flew out of the pillar of light. The clear cry of a crane echoed through all of White Emperor City. At the same time, another voice spoke. "I object." Chapter 982. A white crane was high in the sky. This sight attracted the gazes of countless people in White Emperor City. 10 gray vultures flew up from the imperial city to meet the white crane. But for some reason, These vicious birds, renowned for their ferocity and difficulty to tame, seemed particularly timid today. They did not dare approach the white crane, and when they were still several li away, they did not dare to advance any further. Countless gazes followed the white crane. In an extremely short amount of time, the white crane had flown from the mountains on the other side of the Red River to the highest point of the imperial city and then descended. After the ancient era, terrifying monsters like the monster bull and the earth monkey had become extremely difficult to find, and immortal birds were even rarer. The demi-human populace was stunned and began to speculate about the identity of the person on the crane's back. The Archbishop of the Western Wastes, together with several dozen priests, kneeled. The expressions on their faces were very respectful, even humble, but the emotions in their eyes were very fervent, even fanatical. The Tang clan steward and the cultivators of the south quickly came to their senses and bowed in shock. The great Zhou emissary had a rather complex expression, but without much hesitation, he and his subordinates also kneeled. At this sight, some of the demi-human populace recalled the most famous white crane on the continent and vaguely guessed at that person's identity. The chatter in front of the imperial city suddenly vanished, replaced by silence. The demi-human race and the human race had been allies for 1,000 years and had many interactions. There were also many believers of the orthodoxy who, amidst their shock and joy, began to kneel. There were also many people who had no idea what was going on, nor did they know the identity of the person on the white crane. They only saw many people around them kneeling and piously kowtowing. Infected by the mood, they subconsciously kneeled as well. From the imperial city to Heaven's Guard Pavilion, on the stone walls and meadows, countless demi-human populace kneeled like a tide. A chilly wind blew. The white flowers on the stone floor softly trembled. The white crane slowly folded its wings. The person stood on the observation platform. He held a divine staff in his left hand. There were still some divine rays of light that had yet to disperse. It was extremely bright. His eyes were even brighter than the light emitted by the divine staff. The mood on the observation platform seemed to freeze, becoming extremely quiet. Countless gazes fell on his body, all of them filled with extremely complex emotions. There was no one on the continent who did not recognize the white crane, and there was no one who did not recognize the divine staff. Naturally, no one would not know who he was. The one riding the white crane was not an immortal, but a saint. The one holding the divine staff was not a god, but the Pope. From the prince of Lu Ling's mansion to the shore of the Red River, Qin Chongsheng had traveled 80,000 li day and night, forcefully breaking through the seal and finally arriving here. During this long journey, he didn't know how many clouds he had passed through and how much wind he had been blown by, but his face was still clean, and there wasn't a speck of dust on his green Taoist robe. However, his Taoist bun, which was usually tied tightly, was slightly messy. Luo rubbed her eyes and tilted her head, looking very cute. She thought that she had seen and heard wrongly. After confirming that she hadn't seen or heard wrongly, she smiled. This was the most genuine smile from the inside out, just like the process of a flower blooming. Anyone who saw this smile, no matter where they stood, would be able to truly feel her happiness and joy at this moment. Luo flew towards Qin Chongsheng, just as everyone had imagined. But when she was a few steps away from Qin Chongsheng, she stopped. She had stopped in such a hurry that the soles of her boots had left a clear imprint on the hard ground. She slightly lowered her head, clasped her hands, and bowed. Her bearing was perfect and flawless. Greetings to teacher. From arrogance to deference, there had to be a plan, because change had to have a reason. Luo's behavior naturally had a reason. Qin Chongsheng knew, so he said nothing, only looked at her. It had been a very long time since he had looked at her. 5 years. Perhaps it was because of her innate bloodline or the tender affection of the Sea of Stars, but time had left no trace on Luo's face. Qin Chongsheng felt like he was still looking at that girl from the past. In these 5 years, he had rarely written to her, believing that she would gradually forget those matters of the past. But time truly was of no use to her. She had not forgotten, nor had he forgotten. He was currently the Pope, the principal of the Orthodox Academy. He had many students, many fervent believers like Anhua, but he only had one true student, and she had been his earliest follower back when he was still a young Taoist priest that no one knew about. As he thought of these things, a smile appeared on Qin Changsheng's face like a spring breeze. His voice was also like a spring breeze. It was not deliberately moving, but it was easy to get close to, and then it lingered in the air. "Stand up." Luo Luo stood up. She listened to him the most. Qin Changsheng loved her the most. So the second thing he said was, "Come here." Luo Luo walked in front of him. She stood behind him, just like that first night in the Orthodox Academy. When the demon assassin charged at her, Qin Changsheng stood in front of her, just like that first night of the Ivy League gathering. When the Heavenly Tao Academy professor was prepared to act, Qin Changsheng pulled her behind him. Luo Luo looked at Qin Changsheng's back, thinking that her royal father's words were truly correct. Even if the sky collapsed, there would always be a tall person to hold it up for you. Teacher has always been taller than me. Her gaze fell on the corner of Qin Changsheng's clothes. She thought of the scene Archbishop Enlin had mentioned in her letter and suddenly felt an impulse. That demon princess could be captured, so why couldn't she be captured? But in the end, she did not extend her hand, because she proudly thought, "I am teacher's student. I don't need to prove it to others." She no longer thought about the past, no longer thought about the present. Her parents' orders and her marriage to the demon lord were all things she could forget about. She knew that her teacher would help her deal with it. At this moment, she only needed to focus on Qin Changsheng, and then she would constantly sigh. Teacher's back was truly beautiful. Teacher still smelled so good. Many gazes fell on Qin Changsheng, just like Luo Luo. Qin Changsheng ignored these gazes. He was looking at Madame Mu. Madame Mu was quiet for a while, then asked, "The Pope has come to observe the ceremony?" Qin Changsheng replied, "I said before I object." Madame Mu indifferently asked, "Does your objection have any use?" Qin Changsheng replied, "If I forbid her to marry, she cannot marry." A voice came from nearby. "Why?" Qin Changsheng did not look. He calmly replied, "Because I am her teacher." The observation platform was incomparably quiet. The rustling of the pear blossoms in the wind was ear-piercing. Madame Mu had said before that marriage was the order of one's parents and the words of a matchmaker. The marriage between Luo Luo and the demon lord had been decided upon by her and the White Emperor, approved by the ancestral spirits of the demi-human race. So who could object? Logically speaking, there truly was no one with the right to object. Fortunately, Luo Luo had a teacher. The entire continent knew of this matter. The heavens, the earth, the Lord, and the Master. A teacher for a day, a father for a lifetime. He was eminently qualified to object to this marriage. Luo Luo poked her head out from behind him and said, "Everyone heard it. There's nothing I can do. I can't disobey my teacher's orders." As she said this, her eyes were wide open, making her seem particularly innocent and adorable. Chapter 983. This sight was so adorable that even Luo Luo felt somewhat embarrassed and began to laugh. Her laughter was crisp and clear, giggling, giggling. Her words just now also contained the word giggling. The pronunciation was different, but the words were the same. From childhood, she had gotten used to speaking like this. But after returning to White Emperor City from the capital, especially in the recent period, she had never spoken like this, never laughed so happily. She had become calm and composed, like she had truly grown up. But today, when Qin Changsheng arrived on a crane, she had suddenly returned to that little girl from the past. At this sight and hearing her laughter, some of the demi-human personages felt very gratified, but even more of them felt very heavy. They knew why Luo Luo was so happy. She was confident that Chen Chongsheng would manage this matter, and they were also deeply convinced of this. As the Pope of the human race, Chen Chongsheng would not permit his student to marry the demon lord, much less watch as the demi-humans and demons formed an alliance. What would Madame Mu do next? A gust of wind suddenly howled out of the mountains behind the imperial city, bringing with it a slightly salty and moist scent. This was probably a sea breeze, perhaps coming from the distant great western continent. The pear blossoms scattered on the ground were blown about by the wind, gradually dancing in the air. However, they did not fly too high, nor did they wrap around one's knees. Whether it was the sea breeze or the dancing pear blossoms, it was all because Madame Mu had given Chen Chongsheng a deep glance. Deep, deep, like an abyss, and within it hid a chilling intent. But before Madame Mu could speak or do anything, the scene changed once more. The bear tribe leader walked out, carrying his heavy metal cudgel. The Shur clan leader extended his hand into the air to test the temperature of the sea breeze. Shaking his head, he also walked out. The prime minister, along with a dozen ministers and demon generals, also walked out. They walked out of the crowd around the observation platform, which was to stand out, even though they knew that they had to confront the majesty and strength contained in that sea breeze. This was standing in line. The prime minister, the tribal leaders, and the ministers and generals represented a large portion of the demi-human race's faction. Originally, they had a close relationship with the human race and were firmly opposed to allying with the demon race. In the hall, they had already expressed their stance. They had not persisted, had not moved when Luo was being forced into marriage, because it was very difficult for them to confront the collective will of Madame Mu and the Council of Elders on their own without sufficient preparations. Moreover, this seemed to be the White Emperor's will. But now Chen Chongsheng had arrived. He was the Pope. He had the right to represent the entire human race. With such a powerful foreign aid here, if they didn't seize this opportunity to make their stance clear, then what right did they have to stand here? That gust of sea breeze contained an extremely powerful will and a clear meaning. Chen Chongsheng's perception was very clear, but he never thought of retreating. Even now, he was not very clear about what had happened. He only roughly understood the situation. But he was confident that even if this truly was the will of the White Emperor and Madame Mu, there were still many factions in the demi-human race that were willing to support him, or perhaps the human race. More importantly, he was confident that Madame Mu would not attack him, at least not while so many people were watching. Everything depends on the degree. If the demi-human race wanted to ally with the demons, they could use Xian Yuan Po's death as a sacrifice to win each other's trust. But Chen Chongsheng could not. His status was different. If he died in White Emperor City, died at the hands of the demi-human race, it would assuredly stir the continent. No matter how happy his teacher Shang Xingzhou might be in secret, the great Zhou imperial court would assuredly gather an army and launch a fierce assault on the demi-human domain. Otherwise, the rage of the millions upon millions of believers would burn the palaces and princely estates of the capital to ashes. As for what sort of fierce, even crazed, reaction the Li Palace would have, one didn't even need to think to know. The alliance between the demi-human race and the demons was for their safety and prospects. How could they be willing to pay such a bitter price? The gust of sea breeze gradually dispersed, and the pure white pear blossoms fell back to the ground. Madame Mu was as calm as ever. She did not attack. Chen Chongsheng's thoughts were correct, but he was wrong about one thing. Madame Mu truly would not personally kill him, but in her eyes, Chen Chongsheng was still a dead man, because someone wanted Chen Chongsheng to die even more than she did. A calm voice rang out. The master's order is hard to disobey. If the master dies, there will naturally be no life. So what master's life is there? Chen Chongsheng silently gazed at the person under the pear tree. He had seen this person in the snowy mountains and knew of his identity. The most powerful demon lord of the continent had actually appeared alone in White Emperor City. He was keenly aware of what this meant. The matter Shang Xingzhou had mentioned in his letter had truly become a reality. This was the worst possible situation. Chen Changsheng's mood was rather heavy, but his eyes were even more indifferent. The demon lord smiled at him. "It's been many days since we parted in the snowy mountains. I don't know if you will be able to survive today." The demi-human experts present would probably not attack Qin Changsheng, but he would assuredly attack. Because the demi-human race could choose, but the demon race and the human race had no chance of reconciliation, at least not for the next several hundred years. The hatred between the demon race and the human race was too deep. In the siege of Luoyang and the northern expedition to exterminate the demons, both sides had left the cruelest and most indelible marks on the collective will of the other. If the two races were to negotiate for peace, then even people of status like the Demon Lord and Qin Changsheng would die without a grave. Their most loyal subordinates and followers would leave them, and all their believers and subjects would spit on the places they passed. Elders like Shang Xingzhou and the Tang Old Master would assuredly destroy Chen Changsheng's soul. The Council of Elders and the several dozen demon generals, led by the demon commander, would assuredly remove the demon lord from the throne and throw him into the abyss. Thus, it was impossible for the demon race and the human race to reconcile. The demon lord would assuredly kill Qin Changsheng. The story of that night in the snowy mountains had already proved that he truly did possess this ability. No matter how talented Chen Changsheng was in cultivation, he was still no match for the demon lord. The bear tribe leader wanted to step forward, but old grandfather Lu stopped him. The Xiang clan leader gave the Shi clan leader a deep glance. The Red River Beast Guard, who maintained order, warily watched the surroundings. The observation platform was a little chaotic, the mood even more tense, and there were even a few clashes. Madame Mu had an indifferent expression and paid no attention to these matters. Just like it had been for countless years, White Emperor City was still under her control. No one could help Qin Changsheng, and even if Chen Changsheng died here, it would have nothing to do with the demi-human race. Just how perfect of an ending was this? The demon lord looked at Chen Changsheng and said, "I'm a little curious. Will Shang Xingzhou travel tens of thousands of li to save you?" Chen Changsheng thought this over, then replied, "Given teacher style, he probably won't." The demon lord gave him a pitying gaze. For the youngest pope of the human race to die like this truly makes one sigh with sorrow. Chen Changsheng replied, "There's no need to sigh just yet. If teacher doesn't come, Black Robe and the demon commander probably won't come either." There was another meaning hidden in these words. If Black Robe or the demon commander came to White Emperor City, then Shang Xingzhou would assuredly come, as would the Prince of Xiang. Even the still injured Wang would come. In the view of Black Robe and the demon commander, as long as an expert of the divine domain did not come, no one was a match for the demon lord. So they would definitely not come. The demon lord slightly arched his brows. "What do you want to say?" Qin Changsheng replied, "What I want to say is, just who can stop me from killing you?" Chapter 984. The Carp tribe leader and the Deer tribe Grand Duke glanced at each other, suddenly feeling a little uneasy. The Bear tribe leader and the demi-human generals looked at the battlefield and stopped their attacks. The wrinkles on the Xiang clan leader's forehead deepened as questions began to rise in his mind. Madame Mu calmly gazed at Chen Changsheng, her thoughts a mystery. No one was optimistic about Chen Changsheng's chances, but his words caused everyone's judgment of the situation to change. Because when he said these words, Qin Changsheng's expression was very calm, his voice also very indifferent, concealing a powerful confidence. No, he wasn't even concealing it. This confidence was like his sword, piercing through the clouds, incomparably swift and fierce. Everyone who heard his voice felt a stabbing pain in their eardrums, and everyone who looked at him felt like their eyelashes were about to fall off. The demon lord could clearly see that Qin Changsheng's eyes contained no outward fierceness, only a calm and determined killing intent. Black Robe's plans were flawless. He had assuredly calculated that Chen Chongqing would travel tens of thousands of li after learning of Lola's matter, and he had also predicted that the demi-humans would choose to watch from the sidelines. Since he had not made any arrangements, he was certain that he could kill Chen Chongqing. Just like his own view, he did not understand where Chen Chongqing's confidence came from. As the supreme master of the snowy plains of the demon realm, the demon lord was used to controlling everything. This feeling that things were vaguely out of his control made him feel many negative emotions. He waved his sleeves as if he wanted to wipe away all these emotions. The sleeve stirred up a cool breeze, sweeping up the pear blossoms on the observation platform and causing them to dance in the air. Gasps of shock rose up from the surroundings at this sight. Flowers being swept up by the wind was a very common sight. The reason for these gasps of shock was that a strange phenomenon had occurred. The pear blossoms that were supposed to be pure, white, had turned black for some reason. Moreover, it was the purest kind of black without any impurities. Furthermore, the trajectory of the little flower that was supposed to be soft and gentle had become very strange and heavy. Black meant no light. All the light descending from the sky seemed to be drawn to the demon lord's sleeve. It was also for this reason that the fluttering flowers had become so heavy. The space beneath the pear tree seemed to have somewhat deformed. What sort of demonic technique could produce this sort of sight? Chen Chongqing calmly stared into the demon lord's eyes, ignoring the pitch-black surroundings. In this world that was as dark as night, those small black flowers seemed to have disappeared. Suddenly, an extremely dim white appeared in his field of vision. The extremely dim white was the gray, the first moment when the morning sun suddenly appeared in an abyss where there was no light. It was a pear blossom, silently drifting to his back. Not to mention him, even the spectating demon clan experts did not notice it. Chen Chongqing looked at the demon lord as if he had not noticed. The pear blossom that was gradually turning white suddenly trembled a few times and then shattered. The soft petals were turned into countless thin threads that danced in the wind. Sometimes they were ignited by the light, and sometimes they were painted black by the darkness. This scene was extremely beautiful and strange. No one knew how all of this had happened. At this moment, an extremely clear sword chime rang out from the observation deck. As the fierce sword intent descended, the petal threads were powerless to endure it and began to shatter. Then they fell to the ground, transformed into black smoke, and vanished without a trace. A sword brimming with an ancient aura had appeared at some point, calmly floating in the air behind Chen Chongqing. This sword gave off the feeling that anyone who wanted to attack Chen Chongqing would be met with its powerful and merciless counterattack. This sword was like Chen Chongqing's most loyal guard, like a companion that would never betray him. This was the first time many people had seen Chen Chongqing's sword style, this legendary sword style. Chen Chongqing was still very far from the divine domain, but in the view of many people, his sword style could already be called transcendent. As Su Li's successor, in the years since Qiu Shanjun's disappearance, he had already been publicly acknowledged as the next Grandmaster of the Sword. His sword style had long ago spread, and all the demi-human personages present knew of it, but seeing it with their own eyes still left them stunned. The demon lord's expression did not change. On that night in the snowy mountains, he had seen Chen Chongqing's sword style and knew that it was far from this. He took a step forward, the darkness moving toward the light. The pear trees behind him seemed to turn into silhouettes. The cold darkness howled, and the fallen pear blossoms on the ground all rose into the air and drifted toward Chen Chongqing. These pear blossoms did not move very quickly. They could even be described as slow, and they gave off an extremely heavy feeling. The demi-human experts who saw this scene felt an intense sense of danger. If they touched these pear blossoms, they would assuredly suffer. The problem was that several thousand pear blossoms were drifting in the air. How could Chen Chongqing avoid them? Even if he had a way to avoid them, what about Princess Luoluo standing behind him? The demon lord knew what Chen Chongqing would do. Countless swords would surge out of the sheath called the vault sheath and chop apart the pear blossoms in the sky, even cutting them into powerless threads, just like how he had dealt with those pear blossoms. In truth, the demon lord had invited Chen Chongqing to do exactly this, because just like all the cultivators of the continent, he had always been curious as to just how many swords Chen Chongqing had taken out of the garden of Zhou's sword pool. More importantly, after that night in the snowy mountains, he had specially prepared this method to kill Chen Chongqing. When all the pear blossoms in the sky were chopped down by Chen Chongqing's rain of swords, death would descend. What happened next was exactly as the demon lord had predicted, and it was also what an expert like the Xiang clan leader had predicted. Countless shrill cries of swords rang out as sharp sword intents seemed to pierce through the sky from the ground. Countless deep and straight sword slashes appeared on the hard ground of the observation platform. The pear blossoms dancing in the sky were chopped down, and countless terrifying cracks in space appeared. Seeing this scene, many people's eyes were filled with shock and fear, let alone those pear blossoms that were as heavy as mountains or those incredibly sharp sword intents. Just the cracks in space created by the clash of these two powerful chis were enough to kill the majority of the people present. After some time, all the pear blossoms finally fell, leaving no trace behind, only a faint fragrance. The terrifying spatial cracks gradually closed up, as if the demons from the abyss had closed their eyes. Several hundred swords quietly floated in the air, a torrential rain about to fall. In this rain of swords, Chen Chongqing calmly gazed at the demon lord. The pear blossoms had fallen, but he had not died, because the demon lord's move had not appeared. The demon lord's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, even tinged with shock. He stared into Chen Chongqing's eyes and asked, "And what sword style is this?" Chapter 985. Several hundred famed swords quietly floated in the air, bringing with them a boundless pressure like a storm. At this sight and the awe-inspiring sword intent assaulting their faces, the people around the observation platform subconsciously retreated. They had finally seen the legendary sword style. They were shocked, then awed, and ultimately confused because of the demon lord's words. Just what sword style is this? Could it be that Chen Chongqing was not using the legendary sword style? But it was clearly no different from the legend. Only the Xiang clan leader and the other true demi-human experts, upon seeing the several hundred swords floating in the air, could vaguely sense that Chen Chongqing's sword was somewhat different from the rumors. The demon lord knew that Chen Chongqing could cut down the pear blossoms in the sky, and this was precisely the scene he had wanted to see, because his true technique, his killing move, was hidden behind the pear blossoms in the sky. The simultaneous attack of 10,000 swords was Chen Chongqing's strongest move. Using different swords to execute different sword techniques was a very unimaginable thing. This required a powerful and extremely stable spiritual sense, a grasp of countless sword techniques. From every angle, this sword style could be considered the peak of the path of the sword. No matter how world-shaking Chen Chongqing's cultivation in the path of the sword was, he could not advance any further. Because these swords were all independent entities, their sword intents, shapes, and sword techniques all vastly different. No one could truly fuse these swords into one and create a truly perfect sword style. Not even Qin Xuanba's resurrection and Su Li's renewed study of the sword could resolve this problem. Chen Chongqing had also been unable to resolve this problem before. In the past, when he attacked, it was like several hundred star condensation swordsmen attacking at the same time. This sort of sword style was naturally extremely powerful. In the alley of the Northern Military Department, on the snowy plains on that night in the snowy mountains, it could render Xiaoda and those assassins from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets helpless against him. It could kill 100 Sumwolf cavalry in a few seconds, and it could allow him to temporarily preserve his life against the demon lord. But this sort of sword style also had a fatal flaw. Each person fought on their own. Once the energy of the sword slowed down a little, a gap would inevitably appear. Those sword techniques, those swordsmen called Chan Changxing, could not become one sword technique, one Chin Changxing. This was the opening that the demon lord wanted to seize, the moment of death that he had prepared for Chan Changxing. But he didn't expect that after the hundreds of swords slashed down the pear blossoms in the sky, they didn't stop at all, much less appear chaotic. The hundreds of swords seemed so steady from beginning to end, and they gave others a feeling that they were invulnerable. Thus, the demon lord did not act. He knew very well that Chan Changsheng had not refined these hundreds of swords into one sword. If Chan Changxing's cultivation on the path of the sword had reached this level, he would assuredly be able to casually step into the divine domain, and he would already be dead, even if Madame Mu was present. Chin Changxing must have used some method to solve this problem. In the past, when he attacked with his sword, the position of the sword was not fixed. It was completely up to the sword will to move. But today, regardless of whether it was cutting the pear blossoms at high speed or quietly hovering in the surroundings, the several hundred swords were fixed in their respective positions and would not deviate in the slightest. The position was relative, and this confirmation was the connection. Whether it was the distance or the angle, they were all connected. The connection between the two swords would be a line. The connection between the three swords would be a wall. The connection between the hundreds of swords was like a world. The world was a domain. The domain of a star condensation expert was called a star domain, so this domain formed from swords could be called a sword domain. Chin Changxing and Luo Luo stood in the storm of swords. Countless rays of star radiance seeped out of his clothes, illuminating those swords. The perfect star domain and the perfect sword domain superimposed together. Those swords faintly trembled in the wind, their shining bodies beginning to twinkle like real stars. This was his world of stars. No one could enter it. When those swords left their sheaths, they did not separate. Instead, they developed an even closer relationship, like they were companions. Chin Changxing's sword style was fundamentally different from before. This was basically the first time these demi-human personages were seeing Chan Changxing's sword style, so they did not notice anything strange. The demon lord had fought with Chan Changxing in the snowy mountains, and today he was the closest to those swords, so he felt it the clearest and was the first to notice the problem. He could not understand it, so he asked the question, "And what sort of sword style is this?" The observation platform was very quiet. More and more demi-human experts noticed this problem, sensed the existence of the sword domain, and their gazes at the several hundred swords in the sky became even more shocked. Madame Mu's eyes turned solemn. Several years ago in the capital, although she had never truly met Chin Changxing, she had observed his famous battles. At the time, Chin Changxing had already displayed a cultivation in the sword that far exceeded his age, making her secretly wary. She had not expected that in a few short years, Chin Changxing's cultivation in the sword had advanced so much. When the star radiance illuminated the sword domain, she could even faintly sense the aura of half a step from the divine on Chin Changxing's body. No wonder he could use the orthodoxy's divine staff to break the seal on the two shores of the Red River. But just what was this sword domain about? Could it be that sword style? Impossible. He was just one person. Madame Mu slightly creased her brow, finding it somewhat difficult to believe her own conjecture. At this moment, the demon lord spoke once more. "Please enlighten me." His expression was very solemn, very serious. A chilly wind blew at the specks of dust on the observation platform. The little white flowers were no longer trembling. The sun had long ago silently climbed to the highest point in the sky, but it was obscured by the clouds drifting over the western sea. In this absolute silence, countless gazes fell on Chin Changxing, waiting to hear his answer. Chin Changxing said nothing. "Luo Luo, once more poked her head out from behind him and sweetly smiled at the demon lord. "I'm not telling you. You're worried to death." The demon lord ignored her. Looking at Chen Chongsheng, he said, "I didn't expect that in just a few weeks your cultivation in the sword would advance so much. But this sword domain of yours uses the star domain as a guide. It can only be perfect for defense, but when it attacks, it's full of holes. You want to use this method to kill me? That's just wishful thinking." Chen Chongsheng still said nothing. He slowly unsheathed the stainless dagger and unsheathed it in the vault sheath. This sight made the atmosphere on the observation platform even more tense. Although they had not personally witnessed it, many people had heard of the Pope's style. Luo calmly took 2 steps back and gripped the stone pearl. Chen Chongsheng's expression was calm, but everyone could see his killing intent. He dearly wanted to kill the demon lord. After Zhou Tong, he had a clear, even thirst, desire to kill a person. Even if it was wishful thinking, he still wanted to. Not to mention that he was very confident now. As long as Madame Mu and those demi-human experts did not interfere, he had 70% confidence. Chapter 986. Even now, Chen Chongsheng still did not know what had happened in White Emperor City. Why would the demon race ally with the demon race? What were the White Emperor couple's true thoughts? But no matter what had happened, as long as he could kill the demon lord, everything would be easily resolved. Luo couldn't marry a dead man. The Council of Elders and the demon commander in Shuilao City would definitely fly into a rage. And would Black Robe, who had never been afraid to guess at the world with the greatest malice, believe that he and Madame Mu had worked together to lay down a trap? Of course. Getting Madame Mu to suddenly change her mind and allow him to kill the demon lord was an extremely difficult task. But who knows? Perhaps at the most crucial moment, Madame Mu would suddenly realize that the demon lord's death might be very beneficial to her and the demi-human race. It could be a very interesting word. It meant an open ending, and any imagination had the chance to become reality. While Chen Chongsheng was thinking of this phrase, the demon lord was also thinking of it. He realized that he really could be defeated by Chen Chongsheng's sword. But he still did not believe that he could die in a foreign land so far from Shuilao City. Just like how Chen Chongsheng wanted him dead, he also wanted Chen Chongsheng dead. If Chen Chongsheng died in White Emperor City, even if he was the one who did it, the demi-human race would still find it difficult to escape responsibility. No matter how wily and far-sighted Madame Mu was, from that moment onwards, she could no longer play both sides. She had to completely lean toward the demon race, or else the demi-human race's strength alone would be incapable of resisting the heaven-shaking wrath of the human race after losing the Pope. When he thought of these possible scenarios, the demon lord's resolve to kill Chen Chongsheng once more became firm. The observation platform was an extremely spacious stone platform high up in the imperial city. It had a circumference of 1,000 zhang, and besides the pear tree by the railing, there were no other trees or flowers. After the Xiang clan leader and the other important figures withdrew, it seemed even more spacious, even giving off a lonely and remote feeling. The demon lord was still standing under the pear tree. There were no more white flowers on the branches, but there were still green leaves, exuding vitality. On the opposite side was the storm of swords. Chen Chongsheng and Luo stood inside. A chill spread from the demon lord's body into the world. The chill was so extreme and pure that even the green leaves became transparent, as if they had been frozen. It was not just the observation platform. All of the imperial city, and even White Emperor City, was covered in mist from the rapidly dropping temperature. The fog condensed together to form clouds. However, the clouds were not white, but black. These scenes were incomparably bizarre and abnormally terrifying. That famous abyss seemed to have been moved here by the demon lord. Was that chill the legendary devil breath? This was not Chen Chongsheng's question. He had fought with 2 generations of demon lords in the snowy mountains, so he knew that this truly was the demon imperial court's most fundamental and most powerful technique. The Demon Lord was a member of the Demon Imperial clan with the purest bloodline on the continent. His demonic aura was naturally the purest and most terrifying thing on the continent. If he were dealing with an ordinary human cultivator, the Demon Lord would only need to rely on the extremely low temperature naturally brought by his demon breath to easily freeze his opponent's sea of consciousness, stiffen his opponent's meridians, and finally, tyrannically destroy his opponent's body. From a certain perspective, the Yellow Springs art cultivated by the longevity sex Chusu was very similar to the methods of the Demon Imperial clan. When he first discovered this point, Chen Chongsheng even thought of a certain possibility. For several hundred years, the longevity sect and Shuilao City had always been secretly colluding. Perhaps the previous sect master had received the guidance of the previous demon monarch, and thus embarked on the evil path of cultivating the Yellow Springs art? Because of the little black dragon, Chen Chongsheng did not fear Chusu's Yellow Springs art, so he naturally had the ability to resist the demon lord's techniques. The snowflakes falling from the sky and the cold clouds gradually rising from below the imperial city had no effect on him at all. His gaze pierced through the frost and fell on the demon lord beneath the pear tree. As his gaze fell, the observation platform resounded with the shrill cries of swords. Countless sword glows appeared and then swiftly vanished, vanishing from sight. The demon lord did not move, but with a thought he had already attacked. Qin Chongsheng also did not move. As his gaze fell, he had already attacked. The cold clouds enveloped the stone platform, completely obscuring Qin Chongsheng and the demon lord's figures. It was no longer possible to see those frost flowers, those leaves of ice, or those famed swords in the sky. Only the crisp clangs of swords could be heard, as well as the muffled sounds of collisions, like the roars of the abyss, occasionally emanating from the cold clouds. Occasionally, a sword glow would illuminate a corner of the cold clouds like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the veins of the frost flowers with extreme clarity. It was so beautiful that it seemed unreal, and it also illuminated the two figures within it with extreme clarity, as strange and enchanting as smoke, as if they were not real. That lightning-fast sword, whose light could pierce through the cold clouds, was naturally the stainless sword in Qin Chongsheng's hand. No matter how terrifying and powerful the demon chi in the cold clouds was, it still could not leave a single mark on the stainless sword. Even after this battle, it remained as bright as a mirror. Qin Chongsheng and the demon lord were both using the Yesher step. His Yesher step was naturally not as strong as the demon lord's, but with Nang's pointers and the movement technique he had once used in the snowy mountains, he was able to match the demon lord in terms of speed. Thus, what would decide the outcome of this battle was still strength. Strength sounded like a rather simple word, but it was actually an extremely complex and grand concept. Only an expert of the continent like Bianghong could truly understand its true meaning. The instruction he had given Xian Yuan a few days ago was actually an extremely important matter, but it was unknown how much Xian Yuan had comprehended. Chen Chongsheng and the demon lord were still very young, but they were both extremely talented and peerless geniuses, so they already had their own unique understanding of this concept. As a result, this battle had been tightly controlled within the cold clouds, meaning that no excess qi had leaked out. But the Garden of Zhou could also be forcefully broken, and a star domain could not truly isolate the world. As long as one lived under the starry sky, one would assuredly have connection with this world. As this battle concealed by the cold clouds progressed, it finally revealed its true might. This was an invisible abyss of demon breath, a soundless sea of sword intent. Even if the cold clouds were just a few ripples, even if they were just ripples, they still had a massive effect on the surrounding environment. Countless deep cracks appeared on the stone floor outside the cold clouds, looking like spider webs. Moreover, these cracks were constantly spreading outwards. If not for the protection of the seal, this wide stone platform would have long ago collapsed into countless stones. This battle had a somewhat greater effect on those farther away. Many fine marks appeared on the plaza in front of the imperial city, short but straight, as if they had been cut by a sword. Countless ants surged out of the ground, but before they could travel half a foot, they were frozen stiff by an invisible chi and then rapidly decayed. An extremely deep crack suddenly appeared on the outer edge of the whale fall platform. With a terrifying crack, the whale fall platform collapsed. A massive boulder began to tumble down, faster and faster, whistling through the air as it smashed into the dense crowd in front of the imperial city. Chapter 987. The imperial city was built against the mountain and was extremely steep. The observation platform was at the highest point, very far from the plaza in front of the imperial city. The massive boulder that had fallen from Whale Fall platform rolled down the mountain with astonishing momentum, crushing countless stone walls and fake mountains along the way. But it was still some time before it crashed into the ground. Hearing the thunderous sound, many people raised their heads and looked over. Their faces immediately turned pale, and they tried their best to hide far away. However, there were people everywhere, and it was not easy to retreat to a safe place in time. Screams, curses, and cries made the scene extremely chaotic. The sound of Whale Fall platform collapsing and the cries that followed were also transmitted to the observation platform. Many ministers and generals were so shocked that their bodies went stiff. They simply could not react, nor did they have the ability to resolve the impending tragedy. Those true experts who had the time to react and the ability to save the people did not react at all. They continued to stare at the cold clouds, at the occasional flash of sword glows within them, their attention focused to the extreme. The massive boulder that had fallen from Whale Fall platform would at most kill several hundred people in front of the imperial city. But to these important figures, this was no major event. The outcome of this battle was the truly important event, as it would decide the fates of millions of lives. Suddenly, the clear sword chimes disappeared, and a gust of wind blew in from all directions, causing the cold clouds to become a little lighter. The swords flew back from the depths of the clouds to Chun-Chang-Shing and Luo-Luo, vibrating and buzzing. Who had won? Chun-Chang-Shing's face was rather pale, and there was an extremely shallow wound behind his left ear. His hair had been glued to the ground by blood, and in the light of the sky, one could clearly see that there were some black stains in this shallow and short wound. These stains were probably crystallized demon breath, but they had been wrapped up by something and were somewhat sparkling. The demon lord was in an even more miserable state. The golden band that bound his hair had been broken into tensome pieces, and his black hair was scattered and dancing in the wind behind him. 5 straight and deep tears had appeared on his clothes. It was obvious at a glance that they were sword slashes. Only one of the slashes had blood seeping out, a golden liquid that was still dazzling in the dim light of the sky. The pear tree had been chopped into the finest pieces by Chun-Chang-Shing's sword, blown into the ground by the wind and mixed with the dust, no longer visible. Standing on the empty ground, the demon lord's figure seemed rather desolate. Did Chun-Chang-Shing really win? What kind of sword did he use? The experts of the demon clan who were watching the battle were very shocked when they saw this scene. In a very short period of time, countless thoughts appeared in their minds. Yes, Chun-Chang-Shing had won this battle. If not for the unimaginable toughness of the demon lord's body, he might have already been cleaved in two by the stainless sword. Of course, the demon lord's cultivation and methods were truly frightening. The storm of swords had actually failed to affect his vision in the slightest, and his decisiveness had reached an extreme level. He had actually taken an enormous risk to endure Chun-Chang-Shing's first 4 swords, using a berserk counterattack to wound Chun-Chang-Shing. The shallow wound on Chun-Chang-Shing's neck could not be underestimated, because the black stains in that wound were the purest crystallization of the demon lord's demon breath. Once they touched flesh, they would rapidly spread, igniting the entire grassland like a single spark. Even experts of the divine domain would have to immediately leave and think of a way to remove these crystallized demon breath. Chun Changsheng was still an insurmountable distance from the divine domain. Logically speaking, his death was assured, but fortunately he had a stainless body and had once bathed in dragon blood. Coupled with the boundless energy of sacred light in his blood and the true blood of the heavenly phoenix, he just happened to be able to suppress the demon lord's methods. The observation platform was extremely quiet, like a deathly stillness of a tomb. The rumbling and weeping from below grew even clearer. The demi-human experts still paid no attention. They only stared at Chun Changsheng and the demon lord. Shocked to the extreme, their emotions rather complex, their intentions gradually changing. Although the cold cloud had concealed the storm of swords and the supreme demi-human technique, how could the demi-human experts not sense the danger and terror within? Chun Changsheng and the demon lord were naturally the strongest experts of the younger generation. But the level of cultivation, strength, and everything else they had revealed in this battle still surpassed the imagination of the entire continent. More importantly, this was a battle of historic significance. Chun Changsheng and the demon lord had not yet entered the divine domain, but one was the emperor of the north of the continent, the other the pope of the human race. The entire continent firmly believed that as long as they were given enough time, they would assuredly cross that threshold. To put it another way, they had always been, and would assuredly become, true saints. They would be the future rulers of the continent, their names assuredly appearing in the annals of history many times. When they were still young, they had fought a battle, so the result of this battle would assuredly influence the situation of the continent for the next several centuries, constantly rewriting history. What would happen next? When the demi-human experts saw Chun Changsheng raise the stainless sword once more, they couldn't help but feel a chill. Did Chun Changsheng really plan on continuing to attack until he killed the demon lord? Could it be that history would draw a stop here in advance? As he watched Chun Changsheng raise the sword once more, the demon lord's face paled, not out of fear but out of anger. Besides killing intent, his eyes on Chun Changsheng also contained a hint of ruthlessness. Before the battle, he believed that he could rely on his own abilities to kill Chun Changsheng, so he had not prepared to use his strongest move. Even though he had the astral executioner, he still felt that it was too dangerous and best not to use it. He had not expected that Chun Changsheng's cultivation in the path of the sword had grown so powerful in a few short weeks, let alone killing his opponent. Even defeating him would be very difficult. This made him feel utterly humiliated. Thus he made his decision. He gripped that cold and hard object in his sleeve. He waited for Chun Changsheng's sword to fall once more. When the demon lord gripped that object in his sleeve, no one noticed anything strange about it. Only the gathering clouds over White Emperor City suddenly sped up. The massive boulder was still tumbling down, getting closer and closer to the ground. Countless demi-human commoners wept, powerlessly and despairingly awaiting the arrival of death. The demon lord waited for Chun Changsheng's sword to arrive. Madame Mu's expression suddenly turned solemn. Was it because the demon lord was gripping that object in his sleeve, or because Chun Changsheng's sword did not fall? Yes, no one on the observation platform had expected this. Accompanied by whooshing sounds, countless swords flew out from the scabbard that Chun Changsheng was holding. But these swords did not slash at the demon lord. Instead, they flew out of the observation platform and into the clouds. These swords stirred the clouds, bringing out countless wisps of cloud that looked a little like fog. But it was more like lightning, because these swords were so fast that the naked eye could only see the bright traces they left in the air. Even those who saw this scene felt like they were seeing an illusion. When these swords broke through the fog, they had already arrived in front of the imperial city. At this moment, the massive boulder falling from the sky was still several dozen zhang from the ground. The crying, screaming, and fleeing crowd gradually came to a halt, because they had not felt the earth shake, had not heard the sound of the boulder falling. It wasn't complete silence either. Instead, there were countless scratching sounds ringing out right above their heads. As they gazed up at the sky, their expressions became somewhat dazed. They saw a very mystical sight. The boulder had stopped, as if it was floating in the sky. Countless swords were slashing down like lightning bolts at the boulder, the sound of cutting through hard objects. These swords were too fast. In a few seconds, they had pierced through the boulder countless times. Countless straight cracks appeared on the surface of the boulder, growing denser and denser, and then it crumbled. Cries of fear once more rose up from the imperial city. Some people had been injured in their dodging and could no longer move. They were directly under the boulder. A noble girl of the upper city was in utter despair. She incessantly wept, a very pitiful sight. A bear tribe laborer from the pine paths took her into his arms and then offered his sturdy back to the sky. In order to throw the cook from the bun store out of the crowd, his leg had been heavily injured and he had no time to leave. But even the sturdiest back could not bear the weight of the boulder. Even if he protected the noble girl in his arms, he would still be smashed into meat paste. But in the final moments of one's life, to be able to feel a warm embrace, to be able to feel kindness, to be able to bestow kindness, was still a form of consolation. When she heard those terrifying cries, the noble girl knew that the boulder was about to fall. Her weeping grew even louder. The bear tribe laborer hugged her even tighter. After some time, those cries of fear suddenly transformed into cries of joy at surviving a calamity. The noble girl gradually stopped weeping and fearfully glanced up at the sky. The boulder did not fall, nor did it fall like a torrential rain of rubble. What slowly drifted down was stone powder. This stone powder was very fine, very light, and very white. It looked like snow. The bear tribe laborer helped her up. The noble girl felt rather embarrassed. In the falling stone snow, the two glanced at each other. Thinking of that intimate embrace, they couldn't help but feel rather awkward. The noble girl softly said, "Thank you." The bear tribe laborer scratched his head and said, "You're welcome." The noble girl looked into his eyes and earnestly said, "I want to marry you." Chapter 988. The great figures in front of the palace did not know of the scenes in front of the imperial city, did not know what exactly had happened, and even more did not know that the boulder had been chopped into 1,000 piles of snow, and then possibly become a marriage between a bear tribe laborer and a noble lady. But they knew what the swords that flew out of Qin Chongsheng's sheath did. It was quiet around the observation deck. Qin Chongsheng won again. The demon lord was well aware that the important personages present also knew where he had won, as well as the meaning of the word again. Madame Mu's expression remained indifferent, her thoughts a mystery. The Xiang clan leader, the Deer tribe Grand Duke, and the others all had rather nasty expressions. The Bear tribe leader was very gratified, feeling that he had not misjudged Qin Chongsheng. The Shi clan leader was even more satisfied, feeling that even at such a tense moment, the Pope had not forgotten to use such a method to stabilize the friendship between the human race and the demi-human race. He was truly meticulous and decisive. Qin Chongsheng didn't think too much about it. He just discovered this and did it. If he acted according to his heart, why would he need to think? Countless swords flew back from the observation deck and merged with the hundreds of swords around him. At this time, an indifferent and lofty voice that seemed to come from the sea of stars appeared. "Let's stop." The speaker was Madame Mu. Qin Chongsheng didn't stop. He wanted to kill the demon lord. The demon lord wanted to kill him. Since life and death had not yet been decided, the battle was naturally not over. Until the very end, there would be no true victory or defeat. The air on the observation deck was cut into countless areas by the dense sword intent. The storm-like sword momentum seemed to want to overturn the clouds in the sky. The starlight snowfield burned fiercely in his body. His sea of consciousness was surging with raging waves hundreds of zhang high. The swords in the sky, under the command of his spiritual sense, displayed countless exquisite sword techniques, coordinating with each other as they attacked the demon lord. The swords rained down like a storm, accompanied by a clear sword chime, and the momentum was even greater than before. In the face of such a powerful attack, in the face of this sword style that no one could see through, the demon lord showed no fear. Although he had already lost 2 matches under Qin Changsheng's sword, his expression was very calm, and his hands hung naturally at his sides, hidden in his sleeves. Only he knew that Madame Mu's words had not been directed at Qin Changsheng, but at him. Because of the abyssal qi exuded by the demon lord in the previous battle, White Emperor City had become much colder. The streets that had not been warmed by the sunlight for very long once more began to be filled with fog. Suddenly, the fog began to rapidly circulate and then surge up the city. Madame Mu had finally moved. She flicked her sleeve, and a gust of wind came from the depths of the western sea, blowing all the mist on both sides of the Red River to this place. Countless wisps of fog poured into the imperial city, followed the stone steps, passed through the flowering trees, and finally condensed into clouds. It was the most realistic cloud, but it had the most unrealistic density. Compared to the demon lord's cold cloud, this cloud was even whiter, looking like a flock of sheep. It seemed very simple, but if one used their spiritual sense to investigate, they might understand what was truly unfathomable. The white cloud swallowed up the demon lord's body and then blocked the rain of swords descending from the sky. It was quiet on the observation deck. Of course, Qin Changsheng and the demon lord were extraordinary. In the past years, they would definitely have become true saints. Madame Mu had been a saint for many years, even with the treasures of the orthodoxy and the supreme demon artifact. Qin Changsheng and the demon lord were no match for her. Moreover, she was the empress of the demi-human race. While the White Emperor was in seclusion, her will was the loudest voice in the demi-human race. Perhaps for these reasons, the demon lord did not resist, allowing the white cloud to drown him. Before his figure finally vanished, his hand was still in his sleeve. Qin Changsheng also did not let the swords in the sky continue to descend. Time silently continued to pass. After a few moments, the white cloud on the observation deck finally dispersed. The demon lord's figure had already vanished, gone from the depths of the clouds to some unknown place. Qin Changsheng gazed at a crack in the ground, his thoughts inscrutable. His gorgeous sleeve slowly descended, scattering the white cloud like a waterfall falling into the city below. Everything returned to calm. Madame Mu drew back her hand. Qin Changsheng did not draw back his sword. He turned to Madame Mu. The several hundred swords in the sky slowly moved with his gaze, ultimately aiming at Madame Mu. This scene had a very strange sense of beauty, but also an unimaginable sense of oppression. Did he want to attack Madame Mu? Impudent! The Grand Duke of the Deer tribe had an extremely nasty expression as he harshly yelled at Qin Changsheng. "Your Holiness, hurry and put your sword away!" A few tribal leaders and ministers also began to berate Qin Changsheng, but there were even more who maintained their silence. This silence in itself signified many things. Footsteps could be heard. The Bear tribe leader walked over, his metal staff in hand, and stood behind Qin Changsheng. The Sher clan leader also walked over, but he stood a little closer to Luoluo. The prime minister brought several grand scholars and more important personages of the demi-human race to stand behind Qin Changsheng and Luoluo. The alliance with the demons was the will of the two majesties, and the majority of the Council of Elders approved of it. But during the discussion in the hall, 40% of the tribal leaders, ministers, and generals had still firmly opposed it. The situation was even more different now. Pope Qin Changsheng had appeared, bringing with him the most unyielding response of the human race, driving away the demon lord. Although Madame Mu had ended the battle, everyone could see who had won. This was an extremely important point. Those important personages of the demi-human race who were on good terms with the humans and loved Princess Luoluo now had even more courage and confidence. As for those important personages who were more concerned with the interests of the demi-human race, they began to think differently. Madame Mu calmly gazed at Qin Changsheng and said, "I saved your life. If you don't say that you want to repay me, do you want to use your sword against me?" Qin Changsheng knew what she meant. Just a moment ago, when his sword was about to fall, he had suddenly sensed an extremely intense warning, as if something extremely dangerous was about to occur. This sort of feeling was very rare. The last time was when he saw that pillar of light piercing through the sea of stars in the snowy mountains. He had always noticed that the demon lord's hand had always been in his sleeve. Was the demon lord preparing to use the astral executioner? But even if the astral executioner could be used again, how could the demon lord tell the other side of the starry sky of his position? There were no answers to these questions, because Madame Mu had intervened to prevent anything from happening. Qin Changsheng knew that Madame Mu had no good intentions towards him. She had probably intervened because, for some reason, she did not want the demon lord to use that method. But in the end, it was she who had stopped everything, causing that incredibly intense warning to vanish. So he did not argue. Madame Mu did not care about the change in the situation. What she was interested in were Qin Changsheng's swords. Just what sort of sword are you using? The demon lord did not know what sort of sword Qin Changsheng used. Madame Mu also could not be sure. The extremely old and extremely knowledgeable Xian clan leader and the extremely intelligent Shi clan leader also did not recognize Qin Changsheng's sword style, because no one had ever seen this sword style before, ever since the descent of the heavenly tone monoliths. Today was the first time this sword style had appeared under the starry sky. Qin Changsheng replied, "The unity sword art." The majority of the people present had never heard of these 3 words. Madame Mu had, and she had even guessed at it, though she found it hard to believe. Just like now, when she heard Qin Changsheng's own answer, she still found it hard to believe. She fell silent for a very long time, then said, "I never imagined, and I believe that not even the first holy maiden ever imagined, that the world-shaking South Stream Temple Sword Array could actually be used by one person." Chapter 989. Madame Mu's words caused a strange silence to fall over the observation platform. The unity sword Art Qin Changsheng spoke of was the South Stream Temple Sword Array. But since it was a sword formation, why was he alone? What was going on? To many people, Madame Mu's rueful sigh was perplexing. They couldn't understand it at all, or rather, their brains couldn't wrap around it. The Xian clan leader had long since cultivated to half a step into the divine and was the strongest expert present besides Madame Mu, so he quickly understood the meaning of Madame Mu's words. His expression became abnormally serious. His gaze towards Qin Changsheng, apart from the previous vigilance, also contained a bit of respect. Since a sword formation was a formation, it naturally had to be formed by many swords. It was impossible for it to be formed by one person. The South Stream Temple Sword Array was renowned throughout the world, so it could not possibly be any different. Although 2 South Stream Temple disciples could use the Unity Sword art to meet an enemy and display some of the power of the Sword Array, the true and most powerful South Stream Temple Sword Array required several dozen South Stream Temple disciples to form. Even the craziest person would not dare to imagine that the South Stream Temple Sword Array would one day appear in the hands of a single person. Just as Madame Mu had said, not even that first holy maiden with world-shaking talent who had single-handedly created the South Stream Temple Sword Array could have imagined such a sight. How could Qin Changsheng do all this? This was because his divine sense was incomparably powerful and tranquil. It was like the waters of a deep stream that could not be cut off and would not dry up. He had countless famous swords, and they were already connected to each other. Using them was as easy as using a finger. He knew countless sword techniques, and with a slight thought, he could summon the sword techniques of various sections. As a result, at the very beginning in the Garden of Zhou, he had been able to use his spiritual sense to control the 10,000 swords into a dragon. Later on, he learned how to divide his spiritual sense into several hundred strands and control several hundred swords, relying on them to charge into the alley of the Northern Military Department. But if this was all, it was still far from enough for the South Stream Temple Sword Array to appear in his hands. Using hundreds of divine senses to control hundreds of swords was just an increase in numbers. There was no coordination between the swords. They were fighting on their own. The South Stream Temple Sword Array was far too complex, and the power of the sword array required the cooperation of the disciples in the sword array to be truly displayed. The reason why Qin Changsheng could solve this problem was because of an opportunity. Or it could be said that it was fate, or it could be said that it was fate. From the moment the Tang Old Master had given him the yellow paper umbrella, his fate had become inseparable from his sword. Whether it was discovering the sword pool in the garden of Zhou, or learning the sword from Su Li in the wilderness, they were all like this. A few days ago he had encountered Xiao Zhang in Fengyang City and learned that there was a change in Holy Maiden Peak. Worried for Su Yorong's safety, he had charged straight to the highest point. At the time, Su Yorong was on the other side of the stone wall while he sat on the edge of the cliff, gazing at the setting sun over the Tong River. Somewhat bored, he began to read a book. Thus, he learned the unity sword technique. Second, the combination of Su Yorong and Su Yorong's swords shocked the world. Soon after, he went to Mount Li and arduously advanced along that path of the sword, his cultivation in the path of the sword growing once more. Then he left on the crane. The journey of 80,000 li was very long and boring. He thought about it casually and suddenly thought of possibility. Since the unity sword art was the foundation of the South Stream Temple Sword Array, and since he and Yorong could harmonize their swords, could his swords work together? When the white crane pierced through the night sky, he was thinking about these questions. He thought for a whole night, and then he encountered some things and tried his sword a few times. Finally, he understood. From that moment, the storm of swords began to have order. All the swords had their own positions, and then they formed a connection. The positions were relative and the connection was two-way. The sword intents conformed. The sword energies mutually defended, growing and multiplying endlessly, forming a sword style. Thus the sword array was formed. How powerful was the South Stream Temple Sword Array! Several days ago, in the ceremony to close the temple, an expert of the divine domain like Wu Qiong had been helpless against the sword array hastily formed by several dozen South Stream Temple disciples. If not for Huai Bai's treacherous attack, perhaps Su Yorong would not have been forced out of seclusion. Even Zhou Dufu had consumed a great deal of energy and intelligence to break through the South Stream Temple Sword Array when he charged into Holy Maiden Peak. From a certain perspective, Chun Chongqing alone was a South Stream Temple Sword Array. It was no wonder that even the Demon Lord had lost to his sword. His Holiness, the Pope truly is a genius of the sword rarely seen. Madame Mu's expression was very calm as she spoke, but her mood was not. The things Chun Chongqing had accomplished were truly too absurd. Even she could not help but sigh in admiration, and then she became even more wary. When she thought of her unyielding attitude towards Chun Chongqing in her discussion with His Majesty, she felt rather regretful. Qin Chongqing replied, "I only have the form, but I still lack the spirit." This was not modesty, but the truth. Madame Mu calmly replied, "This is only right. Otherwise, wouldn't your Holiness also be able to kill me?" The meaning of these words was very complicated. Able to kill meant that he had the ability to kill, and also that he wanted to kill. Qin Chongqing felt Luo Luo lightly tug at his clothes. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Why did the Demon Lord appear in White Emperor City?" He did not follow Madame Mu's words, but raised his own question. The meaning of this question was also very complicated and very difficult to answer, because he was asking a question that he already knew the answer to. The several hundred swords still quietly floated in the air, following Chen Changxing's gaze and aiming at the distant Madame Mu. The fog between the flowers, trees, and stone walls of the imperial city had not dispersed. At any moment, it could condense into white clouds and swallow everything. The crowd stared into each other's eyes, as if wanting to see the weakness in each other's eyes. The mood on the observation platform became even more tense and oppressive. Madame Mu did not answer Chen Changxing's question. This was an extremely intelligent choice. More importantly, she had a way to stop Chen Changxing from asking any more questions. She looked at Chen Changxing and said, "You should be more concerned about another matter." White Emperor City was prepared to renounce its alliance with the human race and form an alliance with the demon race. What matter could be more important than this? Through his clothes, Chen Changxing felt that Luolua's small hand was rather cold. This made his heart sink, and he said nothing. Madame Mu added, "Alas, you still came a little too late." The divine staff exuded boundless light, and the white crane broke through the clouds. He had used the South Stream Temple Sword Array to defeat the Demon Lord and drive him away. Luo would not marry, and even if the demi-humans still wanted to form an alliance with the demon race, the situation was temporarily under control. The human race had obtained a chance to catch its breath, so how could he have come too late? Madame Mu said, "A few days ago, Bianghong and Wu Qiongbai were ambushed by demon experts deep in the mountains and were heavily injured. For some reason, they refused to accept my treatment and disappeared. Presumably, they have already returned to the Sea of Stars, and Your Holiness did not have the time to send them on their final journey. It is truly a pity." Chen Changxing froze at these words. He turned his head to Luo. Luo lowered her head. Chapter 990. Bi Tianxin had died in a scheme of the Great Western Continent. Whether it was the imperial uncle from the Great Western Continent or Mu Jiushi, their actions had clearly been approved by Madame Mu, or perhaps tacitly approved. It was very normal for Bianghong and Wu Qiongbai to come to White Emperor City to avenge their son, but Chen Changxing had not expected that after leaving Holy Maiden Peak, Bianghong and Wu Qiongbai would completely disregard their unhealed wounds and immediately embark on a journey of vengeance. The black clouds and seals separated the two shores of the Red River from the rest of the world. When the battle between the divine had shaken all of White Emperor City and set the Red River ablaze for an entire night, Chen Changxing had been bathed in starlight on the back of the white crane, pondering how to make the South Stream Temple Sword Array his own. Thus, he still did not know of this matter. On the other hand, the capital had received definite news last night. Luo softly and quickly recounted what had happened before and after the heavenly selection ceremony, such as the divine blood and fire that had descended from the sky. Finally, she mentioned that Xian Yuan had been heavily injured and was still unconscious in order to prevent the demon lord from obtaining victory in the heavenly selection ceremony. Only then did Chen Changxing realize that so many things had happened in the few short days since he had left the prince of Luling's estate. He was very worried about Xian Yuan Po's safety, but even more worried about Bianghong. From Madame Mu's tone, Bianghong was probably already dead. When he had left Mount Han, he had sat in South Stream Temple's carriage and occasionally seen that smear of red in the distant wilderness. Later on, he had seen Bianghong in front of the Mausoleum of Books, but he had never seriously spoken to him. Only a few days ago, when they met in South Stream Temple, had they met as enemies. Chen Changxing was truly not familiar with Bianghong, and he loathed his wife, Wu Qiongbai, but he very much liked Bianghong, just like the Tianhai Divine Empress, Wang Jitsa, Wang Pa, and everyone else who had interacted with Bianghong. Bianghong was a gentleman, a good person. In stark contrast to Su Li, he had always held an indelible kindness to the world. Even though the long path of cultivation and the Tao companion at his side were so difficult and so easy to depress, on Holy Maiden Peak, Chen Changsheng had clearly sensed Bianghong's kindness, because even though all the evidence pointed to him, Bianghong was still willing to give him a chance to explain. This trust was very heavy, and he deeply respected it. The senior he respected had just lost his only son, and now he was going to die in a foreign country? Qin Changsheng's hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. The hundreds of swords in the sky also began to tremble and emit a low hum, as if a storm was about to fall. The awe-inspiring sword will shrouded the observation deck, appearing incomparably sharp. The target was very clear. It was the Madame Mu that Qin Changsheng was looking at. So the demons have already made preparations for war. The observation deck was in an uproar after hearing the seemingly calm but extremely strong fighting spirit. But no one could persuade Qin Changsheng, not even the leaders of the Bear tribe and Sher clan, not even the prime minister. This was because the sequence of events was too clear. Even if he wanted to explain it, he wouldn't be able to. The great western continent's imperial uncle Mu and Mu Jiosher had killed Bi Tianqin precisely so that they could frame Qin Changsheng. After their plan failed, Mu Jiosher fled back to White Emperor City. In order to protect her, Madame Mu plotted to kill Bi Yanghong and Wu Qiongbai in White Emperor City, brazenly breaking off all relations with the human race and allying with the demons. This was the truth. Even if there were some discrepancies in the details, this was the general situation. Qin Changsheng said, "The demon elite you invited? Black Robe or the demon commander?" Madame Mu did not answer his question, calmly saying, "I did not do anything." Qin Changsheng replied, "But you activated the seal to prevent them from sending a message for reinforcements." "I originally didn't want to answer your question, because I felt that it was as laughable as a child bickering, but I suddenly felt that you should know a little more." Madame Mu sneered, "Even if I didn't activate the seal, did you think that someone would come? Then did you ever wonder why no one has appeared even after the news of my decision to ally with Shulao City spread last night?" Qin Changsheng said nothing. "I heard that Wang Po was heavily injured, so it's understandable that he didn't come. But what of the Prince of Xiang? What of the Mount Li Sword sect master? I'm already very surprised that you could appear. Did no one stop you on the road? More importantly, in such a major event, why did your teacher not appear?" Madame Mu said with pity and derision, "Your Holiness the Pope, in the end, you are still too young." Because he was young, he was easily hot-blooded and impulsive, so he was standing here alone? Was this what she meant? Qin Changsheng thought of the letter he had received from the Prince of Luling's estate and suddenly felt rather tired. When he received that letter, he did not think about anything else and rode a crane to the west. Riding a crane to the west truly was rather sorrowful, wasn't it? But who asked him to be the Pope of the human race? Who asked him to be the Pope of the human race? This being the case, what right did he have to be tired? What time did he have to be sorrowful? With a crack, the stainless sword separated from the vault sheath. The several hundred swords in the sky held down and returned to the sheath. This was the first time many demi-human personages had seen this sight with their own eyes, and they couldn't help but feel their minds sway. Qin Changsheng ignored Madame Mu and directly asked, "Who has a clue?" Luo Luo and the Bear tribe leaders shook their heads. A dispute suddenly arose from Whalefall platform, and then hurried footsteps. The Archbishop of the Taoist Church of the Western Wastes, several dozen priests, the great Zhou officials, the Tang clan stewards, and the cultivators of the South walked up the stone steps. The Red River Beast Guard responsible for guarding the Imperial City had the strength to stop them. But the situation in the Imperial City today was abnormally chaotic. Many beast supervisors had disappeared, and the deliberate connivance of those beast guards from the Bear tribe and Sher clan had allowed them to charge in. Upon seeing Qin Changsheng's figure, the Archbishop hurriedly led the crowd to kneel, and then they carried the heavily injured Xian Yuan Po to the front. Qin Changsheng took off Xian Yuan Po's clothes and saw his miserable wounds, but his expression did not change. He took the needles from his fingers and began to treat him. Time slowly passed, but he did not raise his head, only focused on treating his wounds. Luo Luo crouched at his side. occasionally using a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face. The observation platform was quiet, no one daring to make sound. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Changsheng finally raised his head. Luolua's voice trembled as she asked, "How is it?" She had clearly seen Qin Changsheng use his true essence to forcefully push 2 pills into Xian Yuanpo's mouth. From his cautious expression, those 2 pills were probably the legendary cinnabar pills. But even so, Xian Yuanpo still did not wake up. Luoluo was somewhat flustered. If he can wake up, it'll be fine, but if he can't... Qin Changsheng did not finish a sentence. He raised his head and silently gazed at the streets of White Emperor City. Xian Yuanpo was at his side. Bi Yanghong was probably hiding somewhere in the city. He didn't even know if he could survive. Had she really come too late? A stray cat walked through the middle of the street, warily watching its surroundings, somewhat at a loss. Why was the pine paths so quiet today? It did not know that the owner of Hu Ji's bun store and the laborers had all gone to the imperial city today. They wanted to see the excitement of the heavenly selection ceremony, and they wanted to personally see the pride of the lower city, Xian Yuanpo, obtain victory. Why had the sun risen so long ago? So why had the streets suddenly become foggy? It did not know that the demon lord was in the middle of a battle, that the terrifying abyss seemed to have come from the snowy plains of the extreme north. Suddenly, the stray cat drooped its tail and hurriedly ran away. A girl appeared in the fog of the street. The scene was like a dream, just like her face. It was too beautiful, so it was very unreal. The girl walked into an alley called 3 Harmonies Li. Accompanied by the deep ringing of the bell of the temple to the celestial tree, she arrived at that small courtyard. She gazed at the tightly shut wooden door, her nose slightly flaring, her cautiousness rather adorable. And then she smelled something. It stinks. Chapter 991. The bell of the temple to the celestial tree stopped ringing. The depths of the alley were quiet. The girl quietly stood in front of the wooden door, pensive. A low roar came from the small courtyard. This voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, but it was as clear as if it had come from right next to one's ear. It was brimming with venomous curses and an unconcealable rage. It was extremely bizarre. Several dozen strands of black mist surged out from the cracks in the wooden door. But in the next moment, the low roar in the courtyard suddenly transformed into a cry brimming with fear. The filthy and terrifying black mist did not even dare to approach the girl's body. It drifted far away, clearly terrified. Occasionally, a few strands of black mist would be blown by the wind in front of the girl, but they would be burned into smoke by a golden flame that came out of nowhere. At these times, a few pained cries would come from courtyard, sounding a little like the whimpering of a dog. The wooden door of the small courtyard was simply incapable of enduring the clash of these 2 completely different qis. It began to visibly decay and then slowly collapse. Upon entering the courtyard, the girl froze at the sight of the neat pile of firewood. This made her recall the first time she went to the Orthodox Academy, when she saw those neat and tidy clothes in the wardrobe in Qin Changsheng's room. The short pine by the wall of the small courtyard had withered long ago, leaving behind a mixture of green and brown that was even more dazzling to the eye. The white stones on the ground were covered in tensome black footprints, but they were so small that they seemed to belong to a child. The door to the room had long ago rotted away, several streams of dark liquid slowly dripping down from the beams, exuding a foul stench. This once quiet and secluded courtyard had now become incredibly strange and terrifying. Behind the half-broken paper door was Bi Yanghong and Wu Chongbai. They were leaning against the wall, their faces pale. They seemed dead, but they were still alive. Just a moment ago, they were just about to be killed by Chusu, perhaps even eaten, but Chusu had suddenly vanished. Nothing seemed to be going on in the quiet courtyard, but experts of the divine domain like Bi Yanghong and Wu Chongbai could naturally tell that a silent but exceptionally dangerous battle was currently taking place within and without the gate of the courtyard. When those golden flames burned the black mist into smoke, Byung-hung knew who had come. He glanced at Woo Cheong-bai and finally relaxed. No matter how terrifying and powerful Chusu was, he could not defeat that girl. Because that girl was Su Yurong. Yes, the girl standing in the courtyard was Su Yurong. On the banks of the Tong River, when she received Chun Chongqing's letter, she handed the white crane to him and returned to Holy Maiden Peak. At the time, no one knew what she would do next. Yi Xiaolian didn't know. Chen Chongqing didn't know. She herself didn't know. She did not know why the first thing she did upon returning to Holy Maiden Peak was to gather her fellow disciples and begin to deal with the affairs of the temple. In the process of dealing with the affairs of the temple, she knew what she wanted to do, or rather, what she wanted to do. As a result, handling became handing over instructions. After handing over the affairs of the temple, she left Holy Maiden Peak. The white crane flew with incredible speed. Other than experts of the divine domain, no one could keep up. She had set out a day later than Chun Chongsheng, but they had arrived at White Emperor City around the same time, because she could fly too. Just as she was about to leave for the Imperial City, she suddenly felt something that made her uncomfortable. It was as if he had suddenly seen a rotting corpse on a clean, white grassland. It was like seeing a plate of cold, greasy pig head meat when one's stomach was already full. It was an extremely unpleasant mental experience. Her Dao heart was brightly lit, so she could feel it even more vividly, even more unbearable. Thus, she had followed this feeling to the end of the alley and smelled that scent. She had not expected to see Woo Cheong-bai and Byung-hung when she pushed open the door. Chun Chongqing did not know of the battle between the divine and what had happened in White Emperor City, and neither did she. At the time, they had both been in the sky. Upon seeing Byung-hung and Woo Cheong-bai, Su Yurong took a very short time to react, vaguely guessing at the truth of the matter. Perhaps it was more appropriate to call it deduction. But she still did not see that person that made her feel extremely uncomfortable, even wary and uneasy. To be able to hide from her eyes, so skilled in concealment? Su Yurong did not speak to Byung-hung and Woo Cheong-bai, nor did she enter the room. She quietly stood in the courtyard, her thoughts a mystery. A chilly wind blew in from the alley and into the courtyard. The dead, short pine rustled its pine needles. Her eyelashes trembled. Suddenly, a spark fell on those pine needles. With a boom, those pine needles fiercely ignited, transforming into a wall of fire. The wall of fire quickly spread in all directions until it surrounded the entire courtyard. Countless flames rose from the ground and burned incessantly through the cracks between the white stones. Su Yurong quietly stood in the sea of fire. Far away, deep underground, a scream of extreme shock and fury could be heard. Crackle! Countless white stones were jolted into the air as a figure was forced out of the ground by the flames. It was a short, hunchbacked fellow, his entire body covered in a black robe, his entire body exuding a rancid odor. He had used the black robe to tightly wrap his head and face, apparently terrified of the flames. Only his hands were exposed, covered in ugly scales and covered in black fur. His sharp claws were covered in filth, and one could even faintly make out some rotting flesh. Ear-piercing screams rose from within the black robe, clearly enraged. He waved his claws as if he wanted to lunge forward and tear Su Yurong to pieces, but he did not dare take a single step forward. Su Yurong calmly looked at him and asked, "You are Chusu?" The cries of shock and fury from within the black robe stopped, replaced by gasps that were either crying or laughing. Chusu bitterly smiled, but he wanted to cry even more. He had never imagined that he would encounter this person in White Emperor City. Back in Wenxue, Qin Chongsheng had brought 3 prefects of the orthodoxy, Guan Feibai, and a group of other experts with him, but he had not been afraid. This was because the Yellow Springs art he cultivated was extremely secretive and sinister, and his ability to hide and flee was even more formidable. Even if Zheshio had sufficient lethality, even if Nank had a speed that was not inferior to his, and even if someone like Qiu Shanjun had appeared, he was still confident that he would not be captured. No matter what he did, even if he failed, he could still easily escape. It was like this in Hanqiu City, in Winshui, and in front of Shaozhong. But he knew that he had a nemesis. It was the young girl in the sea of fire. Su Yorong was faster than him. Her Dao heart was brightly lit, and she was unaffected by his mental attacks. More importantly, her temple sword happened to counter his Yellow Springs art. To put it another way, no matter how selfish and callous he was, he still had to fight a hot-blooded battle today. Only this way could he have a sliver of a chance at victory. With a rip, a tear appeared in the back of the black robe. With a foul odor, a pair of ugly gray wings of flesh sprouted from Chusu's back. The white stones on the ground howled into the air as they attacked Su Yorong. Chapter 992. Several hundred hard white stones shot at Su Yorong's body like sharp arrows. But this was not the beginning of a bitter battle, but the beginning of a flight. Chusu had no confidence in defeating Su Yorong, not even daring to attack. Hot blood? Battle? That was a choice only the stupidest person would make. He only hoped to leave alive. If he could escape unscathed, nothing could be better. Using the white stones as cover, he broke through the wall of fire and transformed into a gray blur as he fled out of the alley. Only an extremely miserable cry of pain was left echoing in the small courtyard. That wall of fire was Su Yorong's phoenix blood, true fire. Even if he wanted to break through it head-on, he would have to pay a grievous price. Su Yorong gazed at the disappearing gray blur, her slender brows rising. A gust of wind blew, and the white stones that were attacking her fell one after another. 2 white wings, imbued with a holy aura, flapped behind her. The wall of fire suddenly vanished, as did the flames on the ground. Su Yorong also vanished, transforming into a stream of light that shot out of the alley in pursuit. The crystals on the ground had long ago been reduced to powder, their surface tainted with a rancid odor and already blackened. Those small wooden pagodas had long ago rotted into a pile of mud. Wu Qiangbai's face was tinged with lingering fear, her eyes dazed. Byong-hong glanced at her, then raised his head with difficulty and rubbed her head. He comforted, "It's fine now." When his hand fell on Wu Qiangbai's head, she let out a shriek like a startled animal, and then a string of obscenities and curses spewed from her thin and pale lips. For a very long time, she did not stop. She cursed at Xianyuan Pa and Su Yorong. The gist of it was that Xianyuan Pa, that bear cub, only cared about marrying the demi-human princess and didn't care about his own survival. Since Su Yorong was in White Emperor City, why had she appeared so late? Was she deliberately trying to make things difficult for him? Byong-hong's complexion turned rather unsightly, but it took a while for it to return to normal. He knew that his wife had never encountered any true setback in her life, and the events of the last few days had truly frightened her. Her mind was somewhat dazed, and he truly could not bear to reprimand her any further. The bell of the celestial tree temple had vanished, and the fog on the streets of the pine paths had been summoned by some power in the direction of the imperial city. The alleys of Sanha, Li, were quiet. If not for the fact that the scene in the small courtyard was still so bleak, it would be very difficult to believe that an extremely intense battle had taken place here. The battle had already moved far away from the small courtyard and into another alley. The puddles on the wet street suddenly disappeared, and it became abnormally dry. The leaves of the windbreak trees by the shore rustled and fell. As the leaves fell, they turned yellow and then black at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had been smeared by an invisible pen. The shore of the Red River suddenly brightened. Several lines of water appeared on the surface of the river, and then huge waves rose into the sky. The enormous Jings let out low and deep cries, expressing their reverence and obedience. They dove into the depths of the water, very worried that they would be affected by the battle. The waves gradually subsided, and the trees swayed gently in the wind. The bluestone slabs on the street became wet again, and the smell of sewage gradually filled the air. Su Yurong returned to the front of the small courtyard. In her hand was a thin, broken arm covered in scales and black hair. The stump of the arm seemed to have been smeared with something, as not a drop of blood flowed out. A normal girl would assuredly scream at the sight of the strange and inhuman severed arm, much less carry it. Su Yurong cared about cleanliness, but she did not care about this. Her expression was very calm, but her brow was slightly creased in thought. No one had been able to see the battle just now, but it had truly taken place, and it had been extremely intense and dangerous. On the shore of the Red River, on a reef that had been split in two, she had used the temple sword to cut off Chusu's right arm, but she had not been able to keep him. The Yellow Springs art that Chusu cultivated was truly terrifying, its techniques unpredictable and bizarre. Even with her brightly lit Dao heart, she was still unable to completely see through it. Su Yurong was prepared to enter the small courtyard to examine Byung Hong's injuries, but she suddenly sensed something and vanished. Since he had come, she naturally did not need to show herself. Or perhaps it could be said that she did not really want to appear in front of him at this moment. Deep in the mountains on the other shore of the Red River, Chusu walked out of a mountain stream, his left arm hugging a heavy stone. The black robe he wore was already drenched and tightly clung to his body, revealing the strange lines of his body. He seemed to be in a very sorry state. Previously, at the most dangerous moment, he used his right arm to block Su Yurong's sword of great light, diving into the river, borrowing the cover of the Jing's enormous body to descend into the mud at the bottom of the river. He escaped into a secret exit of the underground river, escaping through danger after danger. With his severed arm, he could not endure the impact of the fierce undercurrents of the river. If he had not hugged that heavy stone, perhaps he would have been swept back into the Red River and become a soul under Su Yurong's sword. Or perhaps he would have been smashed to death against the stone walls of the river. He threw the stone to the ground and then sat on it, his head lowered as he panted for breath. He seemed to be in extreme pain. In the past, even if he had lost an arm, the secret art of the Yellow Springs he cultivated could still help him regrow his severed limbs. Thus, in every assassination or battle, he could use all his strength to almost crazily attack experts like Qin Changxing or Xiaozhang. But this time, it was impossible for his severed arm to grow back. The wound on his severed arm exuded a divine qi, the temple sword of South Stream Temple. Even more frightening was that the wound was stained with a drop of Heavenly Phoenix true blood. Not to mention regrowing his arm. If he couldn't find a place to meditate and heal his injuries right now, that drop of Heavenly Phoenix true blood would continue to invade his flesh and meridians until it destroyed all of his Yellow Springsine apertures, his physical body, and all of his consciousness. The cry of a crane suddenly came from the distance. Chusu's body trembled as he raised his head in that direction, his eyes brimming with fear. If he allowed Su Yurong to find him, he would assuredly die. He decided not to return to White Emperor City, even though Madame Mu was there willing to protect him. He had failed to complete the mission Madame Mu had given him, and Su Yurong was in the city. He was truly afraid of Su Yurong. It had been like this before, and now it was even more so. A white crane landed in the small courtyard. It was followed by a cry of alarm and Wu Qiangbai's curses. All of the pine paths became lively. The archbishop and several dozen priests of the Taoist Church of the Western Wastes, the deacons of the Tang clan, and some cultivators from the south, the officials of the Great Zhou, the experts of the military, and even more demi-human experts, led by the Bear tribe leader, had all arrived and tightly surrounded the small courtyard. It was somewhat similar to last night, but the mood was even more somber, because the Pope had come. No one noticed that Su Yurong was standing on the eaves of the temple under the celestial tree. It was unknown who she had seen, or perhaps not seen, but she was very satisfied. Thus she gave a faint smile, a beauty that could topple cities.